Peace and love, family. I want to rise upon the seventh to give all praises to the great God Allah, our Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, our Shah, holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. Give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. Give honors to our Grand National Seal. Give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything, that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome our Moorish kin to another measure, another brief measure. Like I said, I was going to try to keep them at a short pace in regards to dealing with the span of the time. But we definitely got a grand drawing to bring on the manifest, and this is one of the first where we will be actually featuring the Exhuming of a Nation, the Book of Fire, written by none other than Dr. Akin Pert M. Heru Tut the Coming Bay, the man that you see over my shoulder. You see, I'm standing in between him and the Prophet. And so we give honors to my Grand National Chairman, also known as Swift Angel Number One, the number one defender of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And that's what this is special book, The Exhuming of a Nation, is dedicated to: defending the honor, the teachings, and the integrity of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and also waking our people up as a nation. And I want to start a new series of measures going into the works of the brother, because many have been told a whole lot of things when it comes to dealing with our chairman, but it's better to hear it straight from the source, So we're going to be featuring his work in honors of everything it is that he has done over the course of, we can say really 50 some odd years of being on the battlefield, defending Prophet Noble Drew Ali. A lot of measures the brother have demonstrated in his life works, true adept from the line of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, directly from his lineage when it comes to the teachings and everything that was brought. So this subject matter will actually deal with the history of what we call Islamism, because it's a lot of controversy, just based upon hearing the term Islamism. For those who may not have the proper insight of what Islamism is, they might think that you're talking about something of Eastern Orthodox particular method and methodology. We honor Islam as Prophet Noble Drew Ali had taught, that we honor it. However, we are not Arabized. We do not feel that we must be Arabized in order to be who we are. So let me give a definition, and this is coming from the hadiths and the prophecies of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, his oral statements, in his own words, on the definition of what he said Islam is. What is Islam? Islam is a very simple faith. It requires man to recognize his duties toward God, Allah, his creator, and his fellow creatures. It teaches the supreme duty of living at peace with one's surroundings. It is preeminently the religion of peace. The very name Islam means peace. The goal of man's life, according to Islam, is peace with everything. Peace with Allah and peace with man. The Quran, the holy book of Islam, tells us the final abode of man is a house of peace, where no vain word or sinful discourse will be heard. The holy divine prophet Noble Drew Ali says that a follower of Islam, in the true sense of the word, is one whose hands, tongue, and thoughts do not hurt others. Object of man's life, according to Islam, is its complete unfoldment. Islam teaches that man is born with unlimited capacities for progress. Islam does not support the idea that man was born in sin. It teaches that everyone has within him the seed of perfect development, and it rests solely with himself to make or mar his fortune. The cardinal doctrine of Islam is the unity of the Father God, our Father Allah, and we believe in one God, Allah, who is all God, all mercy, all power. He is perfect and holy, all wisdom, all knowledge, and all truth. These are some of his great attributes so far as we can understand. He is free from all defects, holy and transcendent. He is personal to us insofar as we see his attributes working for us and in us. This is key, family. But he is nevertheless impersonal because he is infinite, perfect, and holy. We do not believe that death, decay, or sleep overtake, neither begets nor is he begotten, because these are traits of the frail and weak humanity. In fact, pardon self, it actually says, or sleep overtake him, neither do we believe that he is helplessly inactive or an inert force. Nothing happens without his knowledge and will, and neither he begets nor is he begotten, because these are the traits of frail and weak humanity. I jumped the line, but all is well. The unity of Allah is the first and foremost pillar of Islam, and every other belief hangs upon it. And this special measure, family, is very powerful, because we understand just by reading this here, that the definition that we demonstrate Islam under, is nothing like what you will find, somewhere in Saudi Arabia. This is a different persuasion, so to speak, the way that we deliver our methodology, and it's based upon the condition that we were found under. Islamism, brother Potter Bay, gratitude, grand man. So we see that the great God Allah basically works with man through man. And this is done as a result of attributes of the Creator. Those attributes, as you hear me discuss in many of our other measures. What's going on with you, brother Ray Sean? Salute to your family. Honor to all the family that's showing up. Y'all make sure y'all share this link and put it out there so the people can get it as well. But yeah, so what we dealing with, most of the people that get upset with dealing with any measure of dealing with what they call a worship of God, or dealing with a deity outside of themselves as they have been taught in the West, they think that this is some spooky being, some mythical expression of divinity that's unobtainable. But that's not the way that we teach here in the Moorish paradigm, that I'm a part and partial of. We teach that the great God, or the divinity, or the supreme being, works again with man through man. In other words, if he wants to demonstrate his love, then he allows one to manifest that quality to you. If he want to demonstrate his provision, or that he is the provider, then surely he will make one sufficient enough to where they become well equipped, be it through their knowledge, be it through their wealth, whatever it is that they have to contribute to uplift and fall in humanity. But they are basically able to use these things to aid and assist man. And so this is how we bear witness to the Creator, and we view him working through man, not in no spooky type of way. So we're not talking about, again, something that's outside of us, but something that works through us, you see. And that's where the unity comes in. That's what we call deific will. In deific will, the same will within my brother is the same will that I have within myself. And that will, when in unison, becomes a golden cord of love. Or we can use the term a most trustworthy handhold that never breaks. You see, and it is this rope of unity that we hold on to, and that we bind or moor ourselves in relation to each other, because that word moor, in relation to dealing with ships, when you moor a ship to a dock to keep it from, basically getting away from you. This is the same way we demonstrate with the golden cord of love. And so it is through these attributes of divinity that we are able to moor or tie or bind our relation with each other. That's the same drawing that was demonstrated in ancient Kemet. One had to be a master, over the plane of things made manifest. And peace to you as well, avenge the ancestor. All praise to the Most High indeed. So this is the key, us being able to unite, you and I tie. That's the real definition of unity. So when you hear people talking about the grand idea that precludes the monotheism or the worship of one God and all this, worship of one God is nothing without man recognizing his oneness that pervades over all of creation, the oneness of God. And that oneness in relation to man and his relationship with his brother, with his sisters, with his nation and so forth and so on. So this is the grand expression. If you don't have people on the manifest, then you can't have an expression of the attributes. We need to be present in order to let somebody know that love is real. We need to be present to let someone know that truth, peace, freedom, and justice is real. Because we have to demonstrate all of these qualities and all of these great characteristics, and make them a fact. And therefore, they are not something that's demonstrated along the line of just theory. You see? So when we go beyond theory and we get into what we call being active as opposed to being passive, this is where these principles become active. And this is how we bear witness to the Creator and know that He exists, know that He is indeed amongst us, or what we call omnipresent. You see, His omnipresence is on the manifest because His residence is you and me. You see, remember, you are the temple of the great God. You see, so we are able to do what at temple? We learn. A temple is a place of instruction. So each and every one of us, we are instructors when we become masters of the nature of the Creator and we become masters of the nature of ourselves. Know thyself. That's key. Know thyself is to know that God is at the essence of your being. Not no spookism. We ain't trying to preach to you and all this type of stuff. Give you no sermons. I'm going back to ancient Kemet with it. I'm talking about demonstrating like Al-Sar demonstrated. I'm talking about demonstrating like, Ta, demonstrated. I'm talking about demonstrating like Ra demonstrated. I'm talking about demonstrating like Heru demonstrated. You see, this is the ancient idea that precludes to monotheism from an ancient Comedian standpoint. And that's the perspectives that we draw from as Moorish American Muslims. You see? This is powerful, family. So the most powerful measure in here, I want to reiterate, is this portion right here in the bottom where it says, nothing happened without his knowledge and will. And he neither begets nor is he begotten, because these are traits of the frail and weak humanity. But the unity of Allah is the first foremost pillar of Islam, and every other belief hangs upon it. So the Most High, God, nature, Allah, Ra, Ruh, Holy Spirit, whatever you want to, whatever title you want to give it, He is present by His presence within you. See, a lot of people heard the term when it says Emmanuel, when they was hearing of the brother they call Yehoshua. Some people call him Isa, Jesus, whatever you call him. A lot of people like to say, well, this means God with us. Now, it wasn't just dealing with saying God was with us because it's just dealing with God with us in the form of a Yehoshua with them. No, that wasn't what it was dealing. God is with us because God is within us. That's the life and the vitality that allow you to flourish and come forth. And when we begin to think as a people like this, then we can't be enslaved, because you can't enslave a God. You see? And they say, okay, now you going a little too further along the line down the way, our brother Comedian Hereford. We're going to need you to break that down. Well, what I'm saying is, If you go right there in the Piscean records, or what they like to call the Bible, when Yeshua, Yehoshua, Isa, Jesus, whatever you want to call him, whichever name you look at, you might not believe he exists, but let's look at the principle of what's being said in the story. You know, it was said that when they was getting ready to stone him, he said, is it not written in your law that I said that ye are gods? You see, now here's him, a mastermind, dealing with some people that was coming at him on a savage, degree of a plane. He said, y'all gods. You know what I mean? And if it's written, unto those whom the word God came, that they was gods, then why you gonna get upset with me, basically? Because I'm bringing you a message. He was quoting, Psalms, the book of Psalms, 82, when it speak, know ye not the ye of gods, and all of you children of the Most High God, and so forth and so on. So you heard me demonstrate this on a couple of occasions. But the key is knowing that this brings us out of spookism into the reality. You see? So when you hear a name like Emmanuel, God with us, is God with us because God is within us. Everything it is that we need in order to be sustained has already been placed in us, in a seed that most people like to call spirit. If you don't deal with the context of what people call religion, then you would say that this special seed represents energy. It represents potential. Some people that are martial artists, they would call it chi. You see? No matter whatever you want to call it, your mojo, your God self, your higher self, your inner being, the indwelling, whatever it is that you choose to call it. I don't care who you is, atheist or non-atheist. In other words, the supreme reality works through you in order to unfold everything it is that you are seeking. You are who you waiting on. So you ain't got to worry about nobody scaling the clouds. Coming out of the clouds bringing you nothing, because the clouds really represent the state of mind. And so in all actuality, the angels, the thought of God manifested up here. This is where your angels come from, up here. You see? This is where your angelic hosts are, right here. You got good thoughts, them angelic thoughts. If you want to try to talk about devils, we know ain't no such thing as no devil. In the aspects of what man like, with the little pantaloons on, with the pitchfork. Get out of here with that's myth. That's mythology. The real devil represent what's in your lower self. So everything that come from the negative, on the negative plane, all of that has to do with that demonic self. That's why you can reverse it, from a term of dealing with, devil, to lived, meaning he once lived, but now he's dead. Dead where? In the head, right? You see? We can go into all the, we can get vile out of that same name. If you drop the D, you can get live. We know the opposite of live, again, is death. We can get ill. You can go through many different measures when you deal with that word, when you break it down. So all this, that is within you is just like the word dog. On the flip side, we have a God. You see? Well, we know in ancient Kemet, the deity that represented, itself in the form of a canine or a dog, was Anpu or Anubis. And Anubis is the lord of the underworld. You see? So even in that aspect right there, when you go into ancient Kemet, you're still dealing with those special measures. So when you hear us over here talking about Islamism in this Moorish paradigm, and many people don't get it, because they thinking of al-Islam. They're thinking of the Arabized version of what Islam is. We're not going against or speaking against that particular paradigm. We're just saying the Moorish paradigm is of a different school of thought because our condition was different than that of the Arabs. The Arabs, have not went through the enslavement that our people went through over here. They have not been under the oppression. I'm talking about just years and years. They have not been through these special things to the extent that we are. having their nationality taken from them, their name, and everything it is that they read. The Arabs ain't been through that, you see? And so when I say that, I don't say that out of malice. And if it's somebody that deal with the teachings of Al-Islam, they bear witness to the truth that I'm speaking. That don't even have anything to do with religion anyway, but that's another measure. So we give honor to the definition that Prophet Noble Drew Ali gave for Islam, because he did give his definition, based upon some of the information that we are familiar with, but he took it a little further. He expounded a little deeper, than the surface level. In the simplest form, Islam is basically where one can be safe from your tongue, from your thoughts, and all these types of measures. In other words, you got to be putting a clean measure out there on the manifest. You got to bring cleanliness and purity to the people. You hear people all the time say cleanliness is next to godliness, right? And this is referring to the thought pattern, common sense, right? But on a higher level of elevation, I'm going to share my screen real quick, because this is about the Book of Fire. And I want to make sure our family is able to get a drawing, on some of these lofty teachings that the chairman brought to the manifest. And I give honors to you right on point for showing up, because you showed up before along with the other brothers that's on here. Make sure you share this demonstration so they can get it too. But we trying to make sure that our people get this truth. They got to have it. It's mandatory we give it to them. If we don't do it, who else going to give it to them? And also, feel free. If you would like to come up on this panel right here, I will drop the link in there. You just let me know, and we can get in here and vibrate, after I get through bringing this measure to you all. Okay, I'm going to try to share my whole screen here. So I want to start right here. And this is coming from The Exhuming of a Nation, written by Grand National Chairman of Moorish America, Dr. Akhenaten Pert M. Heru, Tutankhamun Bey, also known as Swift Angel Number 1, Elihu Pleasant Bey, the Number 1 Defender, whole lot of names, Last Adept. This is it. Check this out, family. Listen to this. This is from the master of minds in this new era in time. It's a mastermind that wrote this. You tell me after you get done with it. So it says the history of the Moorish religion, Islamism, the first religious creed on earth. Noble Drew Ali taught the Moorish Americans, the fallen sons and daughters of Africa, have borrowed a faith from foreign lands, and the God they serve is not their own. This makes them a beggar people, and a beggar people can never produce the best in themselves. Now, we know that to be true, right? We don't need no rocket scientists or rocket science degrees in order to basically bear witness to that right there. You see? Part of the reason why we in the condition that we are is because we are a beggar people. At the mercy of others, that's simply what it's saying. A nation at the mercy of others can never be masters of their own destiny. Prior to the advent of Noble Drew Ali, the so-called Negroes, blacks, and colored people, NBC, assumed the church and Christianity, which had been forced upon them during the time of slavery, was their own religion. With this faith came their pale-skinned, blue-eyed Lord and Savior, Yeshua, Yahushua Christ. A Western name for Yeshua, they were correct. From the slave perspective of NBC, these religious tenets did in fact belong to the slaves, for slaves, and about the earthly salvation of slaves. This is to say it best, when any slave has been saved, redeemed, or reached salvation, he or she will still be officially an NBC slave. A saved slave, albeit recognized as a good Christian, is still just a slave. The truth is, one must first be born before they can enter the gates of heaven. Bear in mind, freedom is not attained through the services of another man's God. And exactly what church or Christianity has freed their NBC to be an autonomous nation of people. This is why Noble Drew Ali taught the Moorish about their own religious creed, their own God, and the only true heaven. Every nation has its inherent religion, but they have first come to realization that they are indeed a nation. Question 17. What is our religion? Islamism. Question 18. Is that a new or is that the old time religion? Old time religion. In 1865, when U.S. slavery was abolished, the ex-slaves were without the religion of their forefathers, and subsequently, being without their own religion, they blindly continued to serve the gods of their former slave masters. The abolishment of the institution of slavery in no way replaced the 2/5 nationality and divine creed, denationalized from the Africans, which left them only as 3/5 of all other persons. The church and Christianity, having been forced upon them during their centuries of captivity, was the only system of religion they knew. Unfortunately, it is a historical fact the religion of any slave government was never constituted with powers to free its slaves. Now, more than 145 years later, not one of the 1 million plus NBC of the cloth, with very few members of their congregation, question why they will never be free while under the same government that enslaved them, especially as they have faithfully served another man's God. Islamism, as the world's first religious creed, was pronounced Hotep. Hotep is the holistic science or study of peace. Hotep translates into the Arabic language as Islam. Islam became the Arabian name of the old-time religion, as it was perfected for Arabians by the Holy Prophet Muhammad. Surah 5, Ayat 3. He chose Islam from the African ancient monotheistic sciences to the people of Havilah, Arabia, because they had strayed away from this straight way to Allah, as taught to us, taught by his African forefathers. In fact, Muhammad was a direct descendant of Hagar, the Egyptian goddess, which mothered Ishmael, first true son of Abraham. Readers must bring to mind the roots of Hotep, begin millenniums before Kemet became the center of the world's greatest teachings and civilizations. You hear that, Moors? That's powerful. Spoken from the mind of a real Egyptian adept. This is how we teach over here in the Moorish American government, family. I'm going to read that again. Readers must bring to mind the roots of Hotep, begin millenniums before Kemet became the center of the world's greatest teachings and civilizations. The name Kemet translates into Kingdom of God, or Lord of the Gods, or God of Gods, which modern man calls Egypt. They refer to the creator as Adulmari, or Nectar. You see? I love this fact right here when you deal with all the Mari, because you can see the Mari root here in this special demonstration. We know about the Mari, who are the Moorish gods. That's a powerful demonstration. Then he used the term Nectar, because we know Nectar has to do with, the supreme reality God, but there also is the Nectar root. So, that's powerful. But it says this translation is the true foundation for Islamic fundamental. It says, for the Islamic fundamental, there is no God but Allah, and Allah is the Father of the universe, as brought to the Moorish Americans by Noble Drew Ali. Angels are true beings. The station of angel is a status held in harmony with its original creative destiny. They are celestial thoughts of the great God and are often manifested in flesh filled with melanin. Remember, I was saying that an angel is a thought of the great God manifested in the flesh. You see, and the chairman took it to the furthest degree and said, melanated flesh, flesh filled with melanin. You see, it's the nature of us to have angelic thoughts. It's not in our nature to be a devilish sin-filled, wicked people. You know, we learn these things from those who we came up under in our oppression, so to speak. So, right? It goes on and says, an angel is the highest station of man expressing the will of divinity. Because we tell you, you know, we have degrees in our circle. We are called swift angels. I'm swift angel number 4, the chairman swift angel number 1, for example. And the angel numbers actually explain who you are. If you go and look up angel numbers, those who have the numbers, they can find out a lot about themselves. But nevertheless, angel is just the first station. And this actually come through, you know, the degrees of unfoldment, because there's 7 degrees of unfoldment when one comes into self-mastery, 7 adept degrees. The first 3 represent the black fez degrees. The second degree represents the red fez degrees. And the third degree represents the white fez degree. You know, but this is a set of 3 by 3 and then 1. So that's where the 7 come in at. You see? And so when you get into that right there, we go from the state of dealing with the chemistry, the ministry, and the mystery. Well, dealing with the chemistry, this is the makeup of man. Man is to be a master of Allah's nature, M-A-N, right? Man is, you know, a thinker. Man is a thought made manifest. All of these things, right? But man has to unfold through these levels. He becomes, again, at one level, swift angel. Then he ascends beyond that. Then he becomes cherubim in his thought. Then he ascends beyond being cherubim. He goes into the seraphim degree. All of this can be found in the first chapter of the Moorish Holy Quran. You see? Because we know when we deal with it, he says, "Hear now, ye angels, ye cherubim, ye seraphim, and ye men." You see? We know that the cherubim and the seraphim are chief protectors. You see? At the highest degree, the seraphim become a spirit of the Almighty God Allah. So man, when he reached the degree of being in the level of a what we call a seraphim thought, you know, and this is dealing with the order of the angels. This is actually the way it is ordered in the order of the angels in the charts that deal with this science. You know, but once man get to that level, then he is the will of the God that he knows to be God made manifest in the flesh. He's the will of God. In other words, his ways, his acts, his deeds, his life works are predicated upon him basically being a vessel for the supreme being. So he's not looking for a savior outside of himself or somebody else to come. No, the savior is within himself. Everything that you need in order to sustain you is at the essence of your being. It is that seed again that we refer to as spirit. It has the potential of everything in it that you need in order to unfold, to be able to overcome, to be able to transcend, to be able to ascend, to be able to better your condition. You see? See, this removes all the spookism out of the way. They ain't gonna tell you this right here when you're dealing with regular religion from an exoteric standpoint. See, I'm giving you the esoteric. I'm giving you the inner meaning, because that's what a hierophant does. A hierophant is one who reveals those things that are sacred and those things that had many times been seen as secret. A hierophant is a revealer of the light. You see? But let me proceed on. So it goes on again. I reiterate. It says angels, it says, are true beings. The station of angel is a status held in harmony with its original creative destiny. They are celestial thoughts of the great God and often manifested in flesh filled with melanin. An angel is the highest station of man expressing the will of divinity. Comedian adepts that was sent to various nations in need of realignment with the oneness of this great God were called angels. That's why we say the angel Jibril, was a comedian adept. The way we teach, all of them are comedian adepts. But it goes on and it states they were Muslims whose will could only obey the will of the great God. And we're using these terms in context, people. So let's close down the literal, preceptors, so to speak, and come forth and deal with some context here. It says they were Muslims whose will could only obey the will of the great God. The most noted angelic station of these Africans were entitled Gabriel or Michael. Angels bring, defend, and teach messages to prophets that are necessary to redeem their nation. The messengers were always about Hotep or Islamism, and the messengers were always olive-skinned brothers or sisters called angels. Now, nobody can dispute that, both biblically and Quranically. In most cases, when angels came, they always manifested themselves in the form of a man. And that's facts, according to the scriptural expression, right? They always came in the form of a man. And yeah, most of them, if they came out of the region the people was in the east, they had to look like them. So it ain't no strange thought when we say these ones were melanated. This is a chart that was created by a chairman that says the first religious creed. But at the bottom of this chart that we have, you'll see in this chapter of the book, it says the world's first religious creed. Now notice, some people will say that's 4 different religions. How there can be one religious creed? Because what it is showing you is how the wisdom has come to our people. As you can see right here, everything started from the center and moved to the outer bounds. Kemet and Hotep, are the teachings of Hotep are some of the oldest teachings in the world when it comes to teaching what we call peace. It's just like the definition of the star that we have. We say love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice presently, but Kemetically is actually harmony, truth, balance, right order, and justice. Same principles, but at a different degree. So we receive or inherit the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice from Kemet in the Moorish paradigm. Just as all of these different walks of life here, those who are dealing with what we call the law of Muhammad, the teachings of Confucius, the teachings of, the Lamas, the Buddhas, Krishna, so forth and so on, Yeshua, Yehoshua, when you get into all of these teachings, in essence, they can all be traced back to Kemet. Because most of the things that are being taught under different names, for example, we have what we call a 3-step ladder system in Islamism: belief, faith, and fruition. Faith, hope, and love. You know what I mean? We can go into wisdom, will, and love, right? In the Piscean records, you hear them talking about a Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, a Trinity. All that stuff really represent degrees of unfoldment and not a deity, somewhere that's out there in the spook world. You see, also, if you go into what they like to call the Hebraic language, then you understand, what the Ruach is and what Neshama is and what Nefesh is. These are 3 degrees of unfoldment, in the teachings of what they would call Judaism, or the teachings of the Torah, and so forth and so on, right? And it's the same thing when you get into Buddhism. You have Atma, Buddhi, and Manas. All these are 3 different stages. That's their 3-step ladder. So there's a 3-step ladder system in each of these walks of life, and they have to do with man bettering himself. You see, it has to do with humanity uplifting itself. So this same teaching, when we go back to ancient Kemet, then we can see, what the Ka is, what the Ba is, and what the Ak is. The soul, the spirit, and the body. All of these represent degrees of understanding. Even in Islam, there's a 3-step ladder in relation to dealing with the belief system. Because I keep telling our people, they think that Islam, is just, this is the end all be all, but Islam is just the first degree according to what the angel Jibril came to teach Muhammad. Because he taught Muhammad, that there were 2 other stages that went beyond just Islam. And that was Iman, and then the next was Ihsan. Islam just deals with what we call surrendering to the Creator, so they say, right? That's the translation. Iman is dealing with faith. But then when you go into Ihsan, Ihsan is being able to worship the Creator, knowing that He sees you. You see? If you can't worship Him as if you can see Him, so to speak. In other words, it's being able to bear witness to the divinity of the Creator within you. That's right there in the teachings of the Grand Quran. I ain't making this up. These are actually stages of development. Even when it comes to being able to see, or what they call the knowledge of certainty. You see, they have it dealing with what you see, what you know, and what you are able to express in action. So these are 3 other degrees of unfoldment. Even with the word Muslim, Muslim is just the first stage. Then you go into what you call mu'min or the mu'minun. And then the last stage is the mushinun, the doer of good deeds. That's the highest degree. But some people are so caught up on the first level to where even the Arabs didn't really get it. Because if they understood it, they wouldn't be just stuck on, the expression of thinking that they'll be caught up into some ritualistic form instead of unfolding to be a doer of good deeds. You see how simple that is. The highest level of that faith ends in being a doer of good deeds and being able to worship the great God as if you can see Him. In other words, knowing that no matter what you do, the Most High is ever present. He's omnipresent. You see? So the omnipotence of man is what actually expresses the proof of the Creator, of God. He put that in man to act as his vicegerent, Lord of the plane of soul, Lord of the plane of things made manifest, Khalifa, caretaker. We can go into many different titles, whatever school of thought or religion you come through. So again, it said prior to its exportations from Africa, this is the world's first religious creed prior to its exportations from Africa. ADEPT design revealed through Swift Angel number 1. But yes, if you notice, in this particular symbol, we see the circle 7 at the center. We see gateways, those that are going front to the forward aspect. We got those which are in the rear, behind. If you are looking at it from that aspect, we have left. This would actually be the east. It would be left if you was facing me. But we got the right, the left, and so forth and so on. All of this dealing with the elements. The air, the water, the fire, all of that. You got the ether up in there, right there in the center. Ali is centered with the ether. But nevertheless, you got the principles here. All of these walks of life manifest these principles. That love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, that harmony, truth, balance, right, order, and justice we was talking about. Now, imagine this as a crown upon your head. And imagine this as a thought pattern. Now, imagine these angelic thoughts, guarding the gateway, not allowing anything of negativity or negativity, so to speak, to enter in. This is the real meaning behind the angel standing with a sword or a scimitar in the Garden of Eden, turning in every direction so ones couldn't come back into that demonstration. So in other words, when you move from the center of the bound, angels carry the message from the center to the outer bounds to all the 4 corners of the earth. This is also symbolic to that. But nevertheless, it's also symbolic to one being fortified in their thought, meaning that they are on their square. You see 90 degrees between each and every one of these angles, and that's 360 degrees when you add these quadrants up. You can also see the plane sphere here, of the celestial realm. Some people like to call it zodiac if they're dealing with the European. In Kemet, we call it the Dendera. You see, the plane sphere Dendera. And that goes by 30 degrees per quadrant. 30, 30, 30 equals 90. And we know that 30, 30, 30, 90, and you go all the way around with that. Again, you're still dealing with 360 degrees. So the wisdom of the gods, is most definitely present in this special chart, in the way the chairman brought it. What he's showing you is not that we are, putting this stuff together in just a hodgepodge of madness with info. No, that's not what we're doing. Noble Drew Ali brought these particular schools of thought in the Circle 7. So what is our position in regards to dealing with this? Why do we draw from all of these schools of thought? Because we don't see the division. We don't see the conflict that other people see. Why? Because this is what we say right here. What is the scripture of Islam? The Holy Quran and all books that contain truth for the guidance of man. You see? So we universal when it comes to this demonstration, family. We ain't scared to go do that research. We ain't scared to bear witness to the truth that transcend all boundaries. That's how Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought this to us in a small pamphlet that honors the universal insight in these things. We call these the lofty teachings. So we're not dealing with the exoteric aspects of these doctrines and getting caught up in that stuff. We're talking about the highest expression of these teachings. You see, in order to get in the highest expressions of what we call Islam, you got to get into Tasawwuf and deal with some Sufism. Confucius is already in the mystic realm. Buddhism is already in the mystic realm. These are not really even religions, per se. They are schools of thought to make good minds better. But then when you come over here and you deal with the gospel of spirituality with Yehoshua, in order to get into the highest and most lofty teaching there, you got to go into the teachings of the Nazarites. You got to read some of the Qumran texts. You got to get the teaching of the Essenes. So you got to learn how to study the tree of life. And that's when you get into some comprehension from an esoteric standpoint of what we call lofty teachings. I'm giving you keys right now. Major keys, family. They ain't going to teach you this right here behind closed doors. Let me check on my family and see if anybody else checked in. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what we doing right now. We killing the misinformation. We giving the people the truth. Unadulterated truth. Uncut, raw. Because we're in a new era in time now. This is the age of information. It's stop time for that, constantly feeding the people madness and garbage, to keep them occupied, while you fleece them. No, we finna wake you up. We finna wake you up, family. But I must warn you, it's not in the possession of these things that I'm giving the family right now, that's going to get one consciousness. It's the use of these things. This is why we don't be talking about we holding no secrets. No, we keep it sacred. We draw the covers. We lift the veil off of all secret organizations and secret societies. We lift that veil. We basically uncovering these types of things and showing you these things. Like Yehoshua would say, that in which you hear in secret proclaim from housetops. Right? So it says Islamism by the numbers. The true mystery of system of Egypt, which Noble Drew Ali, an Egyptian adept master, called Islamism, is founded upon the science of numbers. Men comprehend the dynamics and origin of infinity by understanding numbers. The equation science of numbers give rise to all seen and unseen worlds. It's my chairman talking now. It's an adept that come from the lineage of Prophet Noble Drew Ali talking. Geometry, algebra, and arithmetic are the thrones for astronomy, medicine, architecture, calendars, arts, religion, creation, civilization, right? Order of the universe and harmonies of life. All are contingent upon numbers. The mystery system of Egypt acquires its strength from the 1, 3, 5, 7, and the 9. And you're going to see the brother break the 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Now, I just went through the 3 a few minutes ago and the 5. I even touched on the 1. I even touched on the 7. I didn't touch on the 9, though. But it says these are the strong numbers because they cannot be divided evenly, unlike 2, 4, 6, and 8. Here are a few examples of the creative powers of those positive numbers. The 1, origin, creator, causeless cause, rootless root. The 3, there are always 3 steps on the master's carpet. The triune law, wisdom, will, and love, I mentioned that earlier. Egyptian, initiation, illumination, and perfection. For those who read G.M. James' works, you probably seen this also present there, where he talks about the initiation, illumination, and perfection. Initiation process actually deals with the knowledge of self. Illumination process has to do with knowing oneself to be one with God, and the perfection actually has to do with one becoming pure consciousness, a God consciousness made manifest. For those who want to know what that initiation, illumination, and perfection entails, there it is. Yeshua, Yehoshua, he expressed the measures belief, faith, and fruition. We talked about that 3-step ladder. Drew Ali, member, sheik, and adept. Mastery, knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. Or we say knowledge, wisdom, understanding. But then it says Freemasonry, apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. So what the chairman is doing is showing you how, this 3-step process, or the 3 dealing with the numbers, Islamism by the numbers. Everybody has their particular path, that they brought forth in whatever it is that they say they stand on to express that 3-step ladder. It says Christianity, Islam's natural enemy. It says it's structured in illusions of the 3-step Egyptian mystery system. Its European churches assert the Trinity of Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. I mentioned that earlier. This God has only one begotten Son named Yehoshua, who was created in Rome's Vatican with pure European features. These are just too many gods to serve. This man-made threesome is colloquially known as the white man, and they are made in the likeness and image of European interests. Freemasonry, the masterful liberal arts degree of Christian Science, and the chief protector of the Christian creed, also functions upon the semblance of the Egyptian initiation, illumination, and perfection. The 3 degrees in all of Freemasonry is under the auspices of apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason. See Freemasonry. Here in the night lodges, Masons secretly don the ancient Moorish diadem, the fez, that Muslim men have worn openly and freely for thousands of years. Then he goes into the 5, the highest principle, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. The senses, sight, hear, and smell, taste, and touch. The organs, head, right arm, right leg, left arm, leg, arm, head, right? Then it says elements, ethereal, fire, water, air, and land. Ruling planets, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Saturn, and Jupiter. North Star, 5 pentagrams, 72 degrees each, equaling 360 degrees. And we know about that North Star because that North Star is the Polaris. That's the same star that Moors used to navigate throughout the land. Our ancestors did. But around that star, just to mention, rotates the Kafesh, the Musketi, the bull, the leg of the bull or the leg of the ox, as they call it. Which is where the word axe come from. Oh, it's a scimitar rotating around the star. That's what I'm talking about. Which is why you see the symbol that we have, scimitar above the star, in our flag. So that's really our flag that's up there. That's another key I'm giving you. Our flag is right there in the universe. It's also called the gateway of God or the mouth of God. The realm of the seven Elohim. Man, this science is real. So 7, the ancient Comedian or Egyptian mystery system. First degree, Pastophorus, medicine and science. Second degree, Neochorus, geometric energy, shapes, structures, and designs. These are the things that one master. Remember I was talking about that 3-stage in degrees and then going 3 again, and then the last one is the prime example. The third degree, Melanophorus, or Melanophorus, which is the science of non-polarized energies, e.g. time, finite duration between life and death. These are things that you are mastering and becoming knowledgeable of here. This is what the adepts are working with. The fourth degree, Christophorus, or Christophorus, inherent laws of growth and relativities from light and sound, e.g. vegetation, music, part and self, colors, crystals, and metals. So we're dealing with alchemy here, fam. That's what we're talking about. When you get at this level of the adept degrees of unfoldment, these are the real adept degrees that were given from the Prince of Peace to my chairman. Fifth degree, Balhate, which is the science of nature, alchemic laws, logic, and the philosophy of transmutation and realization of simplicity from the most complex, which you see me demonstrate now, what the grand man, our chairman, has demonstrated in this book. The sixth degree, astronomers. This is the manipulation of the cosmic powers in harmony with the human body and other living things. Polaris, interaction, balance with the body and the galaxies. The study of stimulative and sedative ethers. Seventh degree, last but not least, this is the degree of Prophetic, the wisdom of God in man, the right hand or the right part and self of Emmanuel. Adept, it says prophethood, conquest of self, and God realization of Christ. So that's what that 7 adept degree has to do with. Remember I was talking about God with us? See? Self-mastery. That degree of prophetic is the same degree that relates to the name that Joseph was given in the Old Testament, Zephaniah. That's the 7th adept degree. Pharaoh not only gave him that, but he also gave him a signet ring for his finger, and he also gave him a necklace, a medallion to put on, so to speak, right? Yes, sir. See, they don't teach you this right here. You ain't gonna get this from behind the pulpit, but we gonna give it to you, and we gonna let you make it make sense when you go do your own research. It says these are the 7 degrees of the ancient Egyptian mystery system. 7 represents the totality of divine creation. The ancient ones developed the curriculum for their 7 degrees from the completed circle of creation. There were 7 days in the circle, which totals everything made. Each day marked the completion of an ethereal life form from its alpha to omega. There are 7 days in a year. They are Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. This is why Friday is the holy day, because it's the 7th day after the weekend, right? It says there are 7 creative spirits with their 7 ethereal planes, right? It goes on. It says, it says the number 9 in the goddess. If you ever seen our grand national emblem, it's a crescent moon and star. And it has salvation written around it with the quadratic circles and so forth. This is also symbolic to the number 9 as well. A lot of symbolic information in here for those who are mastermind. But it says the number 9 in the goddess, the woman also symbolizes the life encompassing power of the 9, of 9. She sits upon the holy throne of goddess when touched by our God. From this exalted station, in 9 months, the goddess alone can create and build a temple for Allah without the sound of the hammer or use of a nail. The temple is called man. Man means thinker. So you see who the real master builders is, right? You see the real meaning behind using that Moorish compass and square, right? To build, right? So it says in Freemasonry, the Moorish goddess is called the widow. This is because Masons are those disguised as the 3 ruffians that have knocked her African god, Hiram, in the head, leaving him civilly dead. See Freemasonry. Today, at best, this goddess of the Nile, 9 being alone without a husband, man, or god, is the only widow among the nations of the earth. In the United States and its territories, the new African single mom, or pardon self, widow is colloquially spoken of as the single mom, or my baby's mama, or a self-proclaimed bitch, B-I-T-C-H. That's a female dog. Single moms, nevertheless, this widow is another Western misnomer, because man cannot die. The spirit man is one with Allah. While Allah lives, man cannot die. The human seed that came forth from the heart of Allah, the husbandman of everything that is, threw forth this human seed into the soil of soul. He became the Lord of all the kingdom of the soul. And thus there can be no widow, because Allah is the husbandman. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1. No other woman on the planet Mud divinely inherits the title of goddess, save the queens from Africa. The only reason bitch is applied to her in the USA is because in science, a bitch is an unprotected female of any species. Her God-man has been displaced and has no current jurisdiction over her or their children. The 9 being triune times 3 is further illustrated by the 3 stages, 3 degrees of the perfection of man. Now, the chairman most definitely is blood raw and uncut with it, but you can't tell me that this ain't Moorish Science. You can't tell me this ain't a mastermind, a real adept, that's bringing these things to the mountain. Now, I did my own research and my own due diligence. Years, 30 years in the field. Chairman been in the field 20 more than myself, so to speak. And I'm humble. It's an honor to sit at the foot of this grand man, to stand upon the shoulders of this giant. You see, that's the problem with our family out here now. They think they too old to learn. They think that they know everything and can't nobody tell them nothing. That's what's wrong with most of our people. Even if they ignorant of the fact, they'll still, fight, to defend their ignorance, acting as if they know. Perpetrating the fraud. Unrighteous pretenders. You see? But he went on, and this is what we're going to close out at, because like I said, we ain't going to be, long, but we want to make sure we be strong with this demonstration. So it says the ADEPT deification of man. Allah, and he goes through the levels dealing with that triune expression. Allah equals wisdom, will, plus love. That's Allah. We say our Act 1 in our Moorish American government is an expression of the triune Allah, wisdom, will, and love. You see? Prophet, initiation, illumination, and perfection. Man, belief, faith, and fruition. We just went through that. Now listen to how he break this down. The ADEPT deification of man. He said, through these 3 steps times 3 degrees, the ancient ones perfected the mystery system of Egypt. It was so perfectly developed until it became known as the only straight pathway of perfection, e.g., salvation, redemption, or religion. It is the holistic philosophy of these sciences which became the way of life for the ancient Moors over 25,000 years ago. This became the first religious creed that was taught in degrees to initiates over a period of 2 to 3 years exoteric and 12 to 18 years esoteric. Those who were initiated by circumcision and completed the first level of self-mastery received the title of sheikh or adept. Graduates of higher degrees received the titles of God, prophet, Christ, Messiah, and their life works were called divine ministry. Moses, Abraham, Boaz, Jesse, King David, Solomon, Hezekiah, Joseph, John, and Yehoshua, Isa, all received their prophethood from the same Egyptian mystery system. Some, Melchizedek and Yehoshua, were a virgin birth of the adepts and received the highest God degree called Christdom. All prophets in Christ were distinguished with their own symbol of perfected man. Moses received the staff, David the star, Yehoshua the circle 7, and Noble Drew Ali the circle scimitar and the star. Each part of a symbol represented a degree of perfection. The logos is the perfect word, the circle is the perfect symbol, and 7 is the perfect number. Chapter 13, ayahs 2 through 5. This is the full lotus of God in man as taught by the Siddha Guru masters. Man, my chairman, cold-blooded with this. I give honors to that grand man. Very powerful. Mastermind. They can't take it from him. Yeah, you know, people actually tried to have this book, not tried, but had this book banned from penal institution. They consider it contraband. Trying to hide this teaching because they say the chairman gave up too much. He revealed the adept secrets. That's why a lot of people mad at it. But we revealers of the light, not concealers of the light. There's a difference between an Egyptian adept and an Egyptian shriner. One is swore the oath of secrecy, and the other is taking a sacred vow to keep it sacred. So it says the holy prophet Noble Drew Ali brought the Egyptian mystery system in the highest degree ever known to man and bestowed it upon his people, the Moorish Americans. For the first time in 3 ages, 6,000 years have these lessons been given to an entire nation of people by the ancient forefathers. He divinely instructed the Moorish Americans there is no one who is able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers. Moorish Holy Quran 47:11. Being their prophet, his greatest task is to start them to thinking. The ancient system of the old time religion called Islamism, right? This ancient system is the old time religion called Islamism. Question 17 and 18. It is not a conflict with perfecting your religion. In the great Quran of Muhammad as brought to his sinful polytheistic people of Mecca, Arabia, right? In fact, Islamism is the uniting of the Holy Quran of Mecca for teaching and instructing all Moorish Americans, etc. You know anything about the MST of A, Prophet Noble Drew Ali is said to be the founder of the uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. But yet he also states in his affidavit, you know, that Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Prophet Muhammad, was founder of the uniting of Islam. You see? So keep that in mind. That goes along with the theme of the chapter, you know, that we coming from in the subject matter as well. It says, Moorish Holy Quran 45 ayat 1. Islam is a perfected segment of Hotep. Islamism. This is the old time religion which the Christians sing for. The Moorish, who were the ancient Moabites from the land of Canaan, and the founders of the holy city of Mecca, Moorish Holy Quran 45 Ayat 2, are the true Sunni Muslims. The word Sunni means original, and Muslims are those who submit their will to the will of the great God Allah. The Moorish are the founders of the first religious creed, Islamism, historically known as the 3 steps on the master's carpet, the ancient Chimerian mystery system. These degrees, once placed upon the 3-step ladder of salvation, belief, faith, and fruition, would raise the consciousness of the initiate to the wisdom of self, the higher self. I'm going to stop right there. I can keep going on, but you know what? I will. And then I just close out at the bottom right there because I ain't got to go into the prayer. And that'll be a little bit more complete. It says, through the knowledge of the lower self, the illusions of the world which are concerned with time, it says one will become mastermind, adept with the grace of God Allah. This true education is the definition of the word saved, which is at the root of salvation. Anyone who claims to be saved and is not free with these true knowledge of the selves, is in the fiend redemption of Maya, and they are still slaves to sin. Again, written upon the sacred temples and walls of the ancient pyramids are the words Sutanoti, man know thyself. The ultimate goals of the Egyptian mystery system and Moorish science, Islamism, are the deification of man. This is the most misunderstood lesson in the Moorish American curriculum. Yet the value of all their virtues, standards, and principles rests squarely upon mastering this first degree. Drew Ali was the first to bring the ancient principle of Sutanoti, that's Shedunetta family as well, know thyself, to them declared in voice of their forefathers. First, know thyself and thy Father God Allah. It says, Prophet Yeshua, born in Bethlehem of Judah in the house of David, became an Egyptian adept Christ during the 18-year period of his life not found in the Bible, because he was being taught by the Kemetic adept, by Matheno and Elihu. But him and John was being taught these lessons. That's why when they asked, well, no, but Drew Ali never talked about Kemet or Egypt. Yes, he did. The whole 18 years in the Circle 7, he was talking about Yeshua or Yehoshua in Kemet. Not only that, but the social duty chapters, when we go into the original manuscript of that, we find it was written by Akhenaten IV. It don't get no more Kemetic than that. That's just one to grow on too, by the way. I just thought I'd mention that. The main reason he was so misunderstood was because he was born during the Piscean age, but his life, works, and teachings were the spiritual bridge from man to Allah. It would be 2,000 years before the human family would realize what he has done. All men must do. See, that's another thing too. So many of our people in the Piscean records of what we call the Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth, they got so caught up in that particular following of dealing with the man, when the man told him, greater works will you be able to do. Everything you see me doing, you can do it too. I'm just putting this garb on. I'm letting you see how it look. I'm modeling it for you. But I'm going to show you, you can do the same thing. Here, you take the garb now. That's what he was demonstrating. But our people don't want that. They looking for a scapegoat. Somebody they can constantly blame for their problems and lay their burdens upon. Goodness gracious. It says, this is also the reason Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali could not bring a new religion. It says, he brought the ancient science of Islam, Islamism, as it was also revealed to him in Egypt. The same revelations given to the Holy Prophet Muhammad by the angel Jibril in Arabia. Drew Ali simply returned again to the Moorish that which is theirs through inheritance and divine guidance. And we know that the Moors were the ancient custodians of the Kemetic wisdom and the Kemetic teachings, according to our brother G.M. James. May he rise in power. Moorish Americans often refer to these standard teachings as the 7 great wonders and mysteries. Even in congregational prayer, they stand with their eyes open, raised arms with 5 fingers extended on the left and 2 fingers on the right. The 2 that held, the 5 that fell, right? Leveled at the eyes of Moorish diadem head, then becomes the world beyond the circle of the sun. See, y'all don't even know about the world beyond the circle of the sun. That's a whole nother measure. It says, this is the prayer stand of all Moorish initiates. All 10 fingers extended with the feet at a 45-degree angle is the prayer stance of the adept. So, the chairman, powerful man, very knowledgeable brother. It's 700 pages of straight 5 family. You know how much, and all this wisdom is just like this throughout the whole book. It's one of the greatest books to ever be written. You got to get your hands on it, family. You got to get you a copy of this Exhuming of a Nation. If you ain't got it yet, shame on you. But you got to get it. And you can get it by getting in contact with, our headquarters at Moorish American Government.land. And you can go in there and you'll see it, and you can call him. He'll definitely give you a copy, and he'll autograph it for you too. Remember, this is an adept that took care of the wives of Prophet Noble Drew Ali in their old age. This is the same adept that came forth and created the colored pictures, because all of them was black and white prior to him making that colored photo of the Prophet sitting down in the chair. This same adept that got aided and assisted with the brother Clifford Jackson Bay, may he rise in power. They got the Prophet a headstone when the Moors had his original headstone at his foot. That's why the Prophet got a headstone and a footstone. So that's a whole nother measure. But this is one that has been in the field, and his wisdom speaks from out of the highest plane of spirit life. Don't get no plain in that. I want to show you one more bonus right here. And I was going to go into the 5 folds of man, but I say that to another time. Yeah, it's all good, family. You already know. I give honors to you, Jay. I give honors to Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. Yes, sir. Honors to information, the information frequency. Welcome to the channel, family. You know what I mean? So, the truth is man himself as well, though. A lot of this stuff that we look for outside of us is actually already in us. Because it's in us. It's just in us to be what's in us. It ain't what's on us that make us scholars and adepts. You know what I mean? It's what's in us that make us this. This is what our ancestors understood, and what I understood myself when I came into the knowledge of this teaching for the first time. So I got another measure here. I'm going to play this and let you see this here. How the European acknowledges the chairman book. Even though they've been stealing this book from Amazon and all that, they acknowledge this brother book. They citing this book all over the place. When people write books, they cite an Exhuming of a Nation. But the chairman is not being honored for his work, family. I just want to let y'all know that, right? They've been stealing for the brother for years. But this is one European, Rick Smith. He been pushing a book that he has dealing with what he called the Galactic Federation, and he was taught by some of the Europeans that had came in contact with the Prophet's teachings. I think more like your Peter Lamborn Wilson's ones wrote the Sacred Drift and all that right there, dealing with the life of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. They came up through the Moorish Orthodox Church, I want to say. I don't know if he a part of it, but nevertheless, he is a student of particular one. So let me let you hear what he has to say here.
And so I got a copy of that book. One of my mentors had seen the point that I had reached in the year 2005, and that's the one. I have the original yellow one. Plug it. Yeah. So this is a copy of the book right here. All right, and I actually have the one that came out before this with the yellow cover, but this one's much nicer to read. You definitely don't want to deal with the copy I got. It'll make you go blind. But this is the good one to get. And with that, in 2005, someone you guys probably already know by the name of Peter Moon from Skybooks, who deals with the Montauk Project and also now more recently Romania, issues with the Moorish legacy, issues with time travel, issues with Noble Drew Ali and the Montauk Nation and the Hopi Nation. He saw me talking one day and he realized that there was something I was trying to break through to and trying to present to people. And so all of a sudden he pulls me aside in a group meeting and says, look, he says, guess who I met? He says, I met someone by the name of Elihu Pleasant Bay, okay, which is this book right here. And he says, I have a copy of this book. And he says, I haven't had a chance to read it all the way through. He says, because I'm in dialogue with Pleasant Bay instead. But he says, here. And he gives me the book. He says, I know this is meant for you. It's not meant for me. So I took it and started reading through it. And all of a sudden, all the gaps were being filled in from the information I was getting from the sisterhood there in terms of what was going on. And that coincided with the lecture I gave in 2005 in New Jersey. Of all places, it's called New Egypt, New Jersey. Okay, and that is what blew everybody right out of the water because they had never heard anything. I mean, I think the only person out there who comes remotely close to what I'm talking about would be David Icke, and that's about it. Okay. I took it one step further in an area that most people in the field of ufology or even metaphysics will not touch because they're too afraid to go that far. With that being said, what I did was I usually structure my lectures in 3 parts: history, health, and wealth. But they can go back and forth. They can be blended back and forth. The reason I break it down that way is because it represents the 3 main volumes of humanity. With the bookends being linguistics and etymology on one side and economics and real estate on the other. Hold them up. History, health.
Yeah, that's a whole lecture right there. But I just wanted to show you that the European is holding up the chairman's work, family. You know what I mean? That's crazy. You know, yeah, he holding up the chairman's works. And our own people have been those who reject the chairman's work. You know, but they don't know what they're missing, family. But yeah, that's our take on it. When we speak on Islamism, we're not dealing with the Arabized version. We drawing off the teachings of Hotep. You know, the ancient aspects of peace. Peace has always been an attribute of the creator, of God. So it's the difference between just living in the practice of peace like they do in Islam and actually being peace. See, to be adept, you got to become peace. You know, it's one thing to practice, you know, before you go to a football game, a basketball game, baseball, whatever it is you into. But it's another thing when you out there on that field, you out there on that court. You know what I mean? Now you got to be what you know. You know, like the chairman said, in the case of basketball, what you gonna do? Shoot it or dribble it? You know, you look good dribbling all the way behind your bike, over your head. You know, all that look good. You know what I mean? But in all actuality, you know, if you almost at the end of the buzzer, you know, and you got to really hit that shot, all that looking good ain't gonna do nothing if you miss that shot. You see what I'm saying? You just made it look a little fancier when you missed the shot. And our people been used to that for the longest. You know, covering up our, you know, miseducation, mishaps, and everything else, misinformation that we receive with shenanigans. You know, so yeah, at this point, family, I ain't gonna hold you long. Like I said, I wasn't gonna be, you know, too long. That's my particular portion I wanted to bring to you, family. And oftentimes we still end up going a little length in the way, but it's worth it though. And I give honors to all of y'all that's present, man, giving a listening ear to this special draw. And make sure you share, like, and subscribe. This is special information and content in relation to dealing with this channel, so that we can really wake the people up. We grow together, family. It's time to give our people the truth. If don't nobody else give it to you, I'm going to give it to you. You see, that's my duty, to be a revealer of the light. So that being said, peace, love, and law at all costs. And Islamism without the schism, but what I can do, because I see our brother say, yeah, a question. If you want me to, brother, I can actually throw the link down there and let you come forth and ask some questions. Would you want me to throw the link down there in the box and you ask those few questions real quick that you have, and you can always go back and look at the playback. And salute to you, brothers, man, and everybody that stayed the course too, that's out here. Again, giving your listening ear. Because all of this is again another measure brought forth from the treasure of the gift and understanding of the great God. Well, I guess our brother, he ain't really what coming for. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drop this link in there on you real quick, brother. Let me drop this link on you. Matter of fact, anybody that want to come in here, they welcome. All right, now, Link, stop acting crazy. Okay, there we go. I think if I drop it in here, you should get it. Uh-oh. I think that came to you. If you got that link right there, family, click on it and come on in. Anybody that's listening that would like to come in. You say fix the link. Uh-oh, I didn't put the I got you. Look like I didn't put the HTTP in there. Hold up, it might put it on here now. Let me see. Let's see here. Yeah, there you go, right there. I think that's it. There you go, bro. You should be able to get it now. So let's see if we can get you in here, brother. Once we get him in here, anybody else that want to come in, you can come in too. We on a peaceful bill, trying to edify the people, get the people some insight. But we welcome questions and answers. All that. Okay, I see our brother right there. Let's add him to the stream and see what's going on. What's going on, brother? Peace.
What's up, man? Peace and love, brother.
Yeah,
definitely. I appreciate you for doing what you're doing. And I had reached out to you and dropped a comment on your page, but I had some questions, but you probably already answered it, but I'll ask them anyway.
Yes, let me stop sharing this. Share my screen now. There we go. Go ahead, brother.
So could you, because I think, what's the topic of your stream, first of all? Because I want to make sure I'm on point.
The topic, we was really dealing with the history. You're going to see that in the main link when it's finished.
Right.
It's dealing with the history of, Moorish Islam, which is Islamism.
Right.
The Moorish religion.
That's right.
And, yeah, as far as dealing with the title you see going across the bottom, it deals with the uniting of Islam, which is the total purpose of what I'm bringing this forth, for to deal with some unity.
Right. Yeah, and that's from my reading, that's what it's really all about, being open and accepting to the universal principles that govern this world, where a lot of people get caught up in the differences and the distinctions. You guys have a very universal approach to truth, justice, like all the principles that transcend time, space, designation, geopolitics. You know what I mean? So that's my understanding of it. But I had someone ask me a question and
Right.
I wasn't sure how to answer it. I have a little bit of background knowledge, but I'm not sharp. What is the direct connection to Morocco?
I'm glad you asked that question, my brother, and that's a very important question too.
Mm-hmm.
See, unbeknownst to our people, many of our people, some of our people have a misconception because there's a question in the questionnaire where, Nova Drew Ali asks, what is the modern name for Moabite?
Mm,
And it says Moroccans. And the
mm,
reason he's saying that, he tells you that this place, in dealing with the people, that the present day inhabitants of what was known, as the inhabited by Moabites is now inhabited by Moroccans. And so they look past that and they begin to think, oh, we the Moroccans, and they take off with that. But what
mm-hmm,
many fail to realize, the true bloodline of our people are
mm-hmm.
rooted in Mauritania. Morocco and Mauritania are not the same place. They
One
right
question.
beside each other. They have a connection, but really Mauritania is the true seat of the Moors. Go ahead, brother.
That's what I read. That's what I read. But I also
Mm.
read something that said that I don't know who used this term, but Mauritania was used to refer to not just a political designation, but kind of like it spanned across the region and it had to do with people.
That's the truth.
Okay.
That's what I was finna say. Actually, I got the maps.
Mm-hmm.
They got one where it was referred to as Libya, all the way
Mm-hmm.
across from, what they call it, really it's Lower Egypt, but it's really the north of Africa in the map, because it's upside down. At least we would say it. If you look at the Kubalan map, it will be upside down, according to us. That don't know no better. I use us even though I know just by saying that, so that the audience relate. But
Mm.
yeah, it was actually Libya was the term that was used. But yes, that whole spectrum one time crossed the north, all the way over into West Africa from Egypt was referred to as Mauritania at one time too.
Yeah.
So, but when I say those who are the ones in this era in time, being that they have been now, we can say segregated and chopped all up, and the only thing you have left, I'm showing what a true blood of our people really lie at now today, which is Mauritania. You got a few in Morocco, but we dominate Mauritania, and I emphasize that because the people of Mauritania are being enslaved right now. And that's
Mm.
why you got people that's running around saying, oh, the Moors enslaved that. No, it was the Moroccans that enslaved the Moors. It was the Moroccans that enslaved other people. And that's why the Moroccans are catching hell right now. That's why you hear us saying we don't know slaves don't write treaty. There ain't no such thing as no Moroccan treaty, with no Moors being at the head of it. Now you got some Moors get upset about that because they think that they got a treaty. But if they call to the embassy right now, the embassy gonna tell them Moorish and Moroccan is not the same. And they telling them the right, what's the truth. But when you get misinformation from people and you go to thinking it's about squatting, taking people land and trying to mix certain things with this teaching that ain't supposed to be there, you're gonna have some problems. So I've been going at Moors, we've been going back and forth for years. I mean, like 15 years I've been going to war with Moors in social media on that subject alone.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I got like two questions. If you don't
Yes,
mind.
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, you can go ask anything you want to, brother. Ain't nothing I
Okay.
won't answer. I just want you to be ready for the answer.
Oh no, I'm open minded, man. Like I learned a
Yeah.
lot in the past just year of my life. So,
Yes, sir.
it is what it is. But commonly disputed or very controversial thing is this battle for Africa and who are the North Africans? Are they native? Are the Tamazight people the indigenous people? What's your take on that whole thing?
You saying the little war where they got people out here talking about who is the original people that was there in Africa and all that?
In the North, because they like to claim the North. I don't know, but they like to claim the North and be like, we're not black. Like they try to cut up this landmass and say we're, that whole controversy. If you know what I'm talking about, who are the original Northern Africans?
Oh, it was the Moors without doubt, a contradiction. No doubt, because see what you got to look at. We were just talking about Mauritania. Well, where did that name come from? See, a lot of people thought that it came from Greeks and Romans and all these other people gave them that name. But really, the name came from the Maori. The Maori people named Mauritania. That's why Maori is at the root. You see, but Maori come from D-Mauri, which is D-I-I, and M-A-U-R, M-A-U-R-I actually. And the D-Mauri are the indigenous inhabitants to that region, North Africa, and they were known as the Moorish gods. This is before the Arabs came and called them Berbers and all that stuff, because the term Berber is a misnomer as well.
Sorry, spell that for me one more time.
D-I-I-M-A-U-R-I, D-Mauri.
I see it. Okay.
And that word Mari actually,
yeah,
you can trace it back to Egypt, to Mari, which was the name of Amen in ancient Kemet. That was the name of Amen. It was Mar. You see? And so that word Mar is M and R in root. I've debated and slaughtered a lot of. You can look at my videos, some of them. I had to go back and forth with some of these guys because they still trying to push the Roman concept. No, I'm showing you this is indigenous name before the Romans even came. They adopted this into their language from the Mari. So the Mari mean Moorish gods, brother. The Arabs wasn't going to call us that. Them Muslims, Orthodox. So good and well they ain't finna call us no Moorish god.
Right.
No, y'all barbarians. Because that's really what the name Berber means.
Berber, yeah.
To them. But really, Berber is a corruption of a Kemetic word, too, because there's a Kemetic word, Berber, which means pyramid. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. I also thought I saw the word Berber was in East Africa. It was a place in East Africa or a tribe or something like that in the East.
Yeah. They had one they called Murmur, where they replaced the B with the M as well. You know what I mean? Murmur. Which is like the Mur, the M-E-R. That's another way of saying more as well in the Kemetic language. Which I have proven as well. These actually represent, the word Mur actually represents, like I told them before, being indigenous to the land. I got all the books and the clippings and everything. I got whole videos. If you look through my video where I done broke all this stuff down already. And I went to task with people on Sarnetta's station as well. Sarnetta let me set the information out. He honored the information, and people tried to come behind me, and I told they behind up. You know what I mean? Because they got that hatred in them. They want to put something else up in North Africa over the Moors.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
And that's just a product of the times. No one wants to be associated with a certain group of people, which is kind of strange to me because they all want to be like us. You know what I'm saying?
Now you notice that the Moors is like the outcasts, or at least they was until recently. And that was me bringing the understanding through the grace of the Most High. To now they got a listening ears. And I want to give shots out to my Hebrew family out there. Because my Hebrew family out there, man, they acknowledging their Moorish roots. I got maps and everything, talking about the Philocias, the Sephardim. All of them was Moors, man.
That's what I appreciate the most about this. I don't want to call it a doctrine, but this understanding has an understanding that unites us all together. You know what I'm saying? Whereas today, everyone I guess they don't know the history, they don't know the ties, they don't know the bloodlines or whatever it is. But from what I learned about what the MSTA teaches is just this unity of the human family, really.
That's
And I
right.
think that's powerful. That kills all that hatred, all the unnecessary, way we look at things backwards. And man,
That's right.
it's a beautiful thing, bro. Like,
That's
seriously.
right. That's right. It's basically you getting all that information they try to hide from you in them lodges. We giving it to you freely. You feel me? And we Moorish American government over here, so we dealing with the last phase of what Noble Drew Ali wanted to bring on the manifest. Because he said, I'm going to lead a European here long enough to teach you Moors how to run a government. So when he said that, that means that was his intent. So his intent was to build government. So, that's why my brother, my teacher, my guide, who was actually taught by those who were taught directly by Noble Drew Ali, who actually took care of Noble Drew Ali wives, and they was his teachers, my chairman. He come up through the MST of it. He was a grand governor. He the only Moor that actually has access to original charter that come from the temples that Prophet Noble Drew Ali established. You know what I mean? So this brother is royalty amongst us right now. Been on the battlefield 50 years, bro.
Excuse me for asking, because I don't know.
Yes, sir.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Dr. Elihu Pleasant Bay. Akhenaten Pert M. Heru Tutankhamun Bay is his high name, his Kemetic name, but Elihu Pleasant Bay.
And this
we
person,
call him Swift Angel #1.
This person
That's the brother standing behind me in that picture right there.
Okay, this person's transcended.
Nah, he's here right now in the flesh.
Okay, what's his? You could type the name.
You say, can I type?
I just want to know who he is so I can reference it.
Yeah, Elihu Pleasant Bay. You will find him quicker under that name than his high name.
Eli.
Yes, sir.
You, Pleasant Bay.
Yeah, and let me type it in there for you. And you have.
Oh, I see him. Eli in Pleasant Bay. Okay. Exhuman Evolution. The author.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, and if you want that book, you can get it from him directly, cheaper. Amazon been tell you what
it was crazy. It was like $200.
Yeah, $2,000, $200, bro. They selling his book in the name of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. They
you mind another
dirty.
question? Can I throw another question at you?
Oh yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay.
Peace, sunlight, babe.
These are questions that people directed at me while I was communicating what I was learning.
Yes, sir.
The more vicious rebuttals I got were, no, you all are just confused about your identity and you're trying to steal our identity.
Moroccans say that. Yeah.
They say that, no, you all are sub-Saharan West Africans. Don't try to steal our North African history or da-da-da. But I brought that up because you said we and you connected it to Mauritanian. So could you expound a little bit about, clarify that part?
Oh yeah. And I'm saying that those who are left, the remnants of us, and this is like the best kept secret, brother. That we are in Mauritania today is where you will find us at. And I can actually show you pictures, of us there, and we being enslaved. Our ancestors, our people, descendants of them are being enslaved. Our brothers and sisters right now enslaved. They living under horrible conditions, but they still holding on to their tradition. That's another thing. We didn't follow traditional Islam ever since we received the teachings. Our teachings came from the teachings of Tasawwuf, Sufism. So most of the Moors are Sufi, and a lot of Orthodox Muslims don't really honor Sufism like that, even though they should, because Tasawwuf entails it. And there's certain people that they call the father of Sufism that link to their way of life. Some of them do, some of them don't. But we had that school of thought, and that was a lot of conflict. We ran them. General Tariq ran the Arabs back over into Saudi Arabia. That's who he went to war with. If you go look up the history, because they were trying to tax him. Where's he from? Trying to tax him. General Tariq was from He was a Moor. He was from West Africa, West Coast of Africa, coming up under, Hannibal and, well, during that time period, Mansa Musa and, during that time period, you know what I mean? Through because you got to remember, those who come across, North Africa come from the Puttite lineage and the Canaanite lineage. You see, there's a mixture between that Phoenician Puttite lineage, which you had your Libyans, as they call them. These are your Puttites, but they were the ones who pretty much, became your Maori, or the Moors. That's who they descend from. So they actually had, just like the Moors had the longest dynasty over here in the western side of the hemisphere. It's the same way in Kemet. When in Kemet, our people that was there at that time, they had the longest reigning history in the Egyptian dynasty as well. Go look up, the people that was known as, they would call them Libico-Berbers, the Libyans who were really the Moors. Look them up. It's going to show that we were there ruling for about the same amount of time, about 700 years. That's the longest dynasty ruling, and Egypt flourished under us. The originators of the dynasty didn't rule that long. It's just something about us as Moors, and that's why G.M. James said that it was the Moors who were custodians of the teachings after Kemet fell. They took the teaching across North Africa of the ancient Egyptian mystery system, same stuff I was just talking about, and this is how we brought these measures to the manifest. Sufism is a sibling, or well, we can say the offspring, better yet, of the Egyptian mystery system.
Yeah.
If you study Sufism, they'll tell you they got their teaching from Dul Nun. Dul Nun was Egyptian. Dul Nun was not only Egyptian, but Dul Nun tell you that his teaching come from Tehuti. You see what I'm saying? That's straight Egypt. That's straight Kemet. So that's one of the reasons why, if you go into Mauritania now, let me show you some pictures, because a lot of people be like, "What are you at now?" And they get us mixed up with Moroccans. Let's see. Here we go right here. And I'm talking about our people is over there, brother. Today.
Oh no, I'm aware.
And they deep. And that's another thing. When you go over there and you look into England and France and all that, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Our people over there right now, still statues, monuments, and everything. Yeah, monuments and everything, bro. That's crazy. One thing about it.
I got one last question.
Go ahead, brother.
Now, I examine my upbringing, my environment, and I see certain things I feel like need to be addressed.
I agree.
And at the same time, while I'm critical of how we interact with each other, I also have an understanding that when certain things get violated, there has to be a response.
Yes, sir.
Now, I juxtapose that from what I've been learning about what was taking place, back across the water.
Facts.
And, I remember being in like second or third grade, and a teacher or whoever, some guy said that, it was their own people that were, selling and doing whatever, which is, let me establish that. That's correct. It's fair to say, huh?
Well.
Oh, it's not fair to say. Here, okay.
Well, what I would say is this, like I was saying before, that's how they tried to push the narrative.
Right, but they were different tribes.
But really, it was Moroccans that was selling our people into slavery, brother.
Okay, so
the Mauritanians, see them right there, they still in slavery. You see them? Them our people. Look at that. It even got it there. I just put Mauritania. I ain't put slavery there. But look at that. They still enslaving our people in slavery, and this is one of the best kept secrets going on right now. Right now today, brother. Our people still, these are our people right here, bro. And they being enslaved. And all this is done under the auspices of Morocco. You know what I mean? But one thing about it, that's why Morocco is catching hell right now, though. Because of what they have done to our people. You know what I mean? If you look at our people, they being enslaved. People wonder where they at. It's some of them over there in Morocco too. Some of our people there,
Yeah.
but the bulk of them is in Mauritania, bro. And that's where you hear them talking about the Moors. You know, Morocco will tell you they ain't no more.
Mm-hmm.
And they right. You ain't no more. You know what I mean? You the seed of a Moor. You the child of a Moor.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's what you are. Even though you don't want to admit it.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
You know, but our history written in stone, and they can't get around it, bro. I have to go all the way. Like I said, you got monuments in France. You got monuments all in England where we was kings.
Mm.
I'm talking about the robe that you see pimps wear. That's
Yeah.
basically how, you know, Moorish kings would dress during times of royalty.
So
With the cups and glasses and everything.
Would it be fair to say that
Mm-hmm.
you could be a Moor by blood, but you would disqualify yourself if your ideology and principles do not match?
Well,
is that fair?
I could say you wouldn't be a true Moor if your ideology didn't match, you know, your bloodline. You know, we call them dirty Moors, though. That's what Noble Drew Ali said. He said, don't call them niggas, call them dirty Moors. And that deal with a thought pattern, you feel me?
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah. And do we got to hold their feet to the fire on that? Or what's your approach? Enlightenment? How do you go about
this is how we do it. One thing I know is that, you know, we let the ancestors sort them out. And they will be sorted out.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that stuff will disappear when we come together as a collective. You see what I'm saying? The more we unite as a collective, you know, we can move and push that debris off to the side like it ain't nothing. It's just really boiled down to us. How do you think the European was able to keep us in bondage and slavery so long? It ain't that because they more super intelligent than we are. It's because they are as a collective doing what they are doing. And it's like an unspoken, you know, an unspoken rule of saying, man, every chance we get, we're going to keep our foot on these people's neck. They know this is what it's a must that they do this as a collective. Until we get into a state of mind where we think the same way, you know, then we're going to always be a victim and we're going to always have knuckleheads running rampant amongst us. But once we become strong and consolidated, and that's why we here talking about government now and self-determination and all that right there, you know, trying to get our people to come home and unite, because our Declaration, Proclamation of Status and Jurisdiction has already been accepted. You know, we don't need no guns, no bombs, none of that right there to keep nobody in line. All we need is unity, and everything else gonna fall into place. You see what I'm saying? Unity is everything. Solidarity will make the world fight your battles. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I gotta latch on to something that you said.
Yes, sir.
You said once we all think the same way. I don't disagree, but how are we gonna get us all to think the same way?
Well, it's happening partially now. What it is not trying to get somebody to change overnight, but giving them room for growth.
Okay.
I do recognize that after teaching our people, brother, and trust you me, through the grace of the Most High, I done resurrected a lot of people. You know, even before coming into a full conscious aspect of being Moorish. You know, I done brought a lot of our people out of the graveyard of the Piscean records of what we like to call the Bible. You know, and got them to cross over from that consciousness into greater consciousness. So I know what it takes to reach our people. But now with this age of information and distraction,
the
greatest task, you know, anybody can look at something and be what they want to be. You know, and so if somebody coincide with what they think they feeling, you know, if they thinking about money and it's about getting money, then that's where they gonna be at.
Yeah.
And man will find himself, you know, in the best place where he can solve his fix. You know, most people, they think that it's all about the material. And so I say, once we make it cool, so to speak, quote unquote, acceptable in the mainstream, to move on a level like we moving, and this becomes the norm. It has become a fad. It has become like a trend almost. We got to make it trend, and then ones will begin to wake up, so to speak. Our people are conscious now, but not as bad because they remixing the conscious with thugism now.
Yeah.
That's the most terrible thing that's going on right now. You got conscious queens out here right now, more deadlier than the average woman that don't know nothing.
Yeah, you're right.
Now she got a little knowledge of self, and she using this right here to swoon man, take advantage of men, and I ain't saying that about all our sisters. I'm just saying, and you got brothers doing the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's making also some of the good sisters, or sisters that are not conscious, because we got to have a family, to build a nation. So that's why I'm touching on this. But they call them brothers Hoteps. And that's supposed to be something negative.
Yeah.
How in the world of a peaceful term going to be something negative? That's ignorance in and of itself.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And they say it with such, vehement oomph, so to speak, when they say it, as if they think they know what they're talking about. Nothing can be further from the truth. We know they don't know what they're talking about, but this is what happens when you put an arsenal of information out there in the hands of infants, and they ain't really ready to receive it yet. You know what I mean? So now they just trampling upon pearls. Matter of fact, they slipping and falling, they busting their behinds on the pearls. You see?
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's gonna take really you got to show and prove more than anything. You got to show them, how what it is that you demonstrate works. You got to use working knowledge of what it is, not just talk about it, but once they can see it, then they say, oh man, yeah, man, ain't nothing wrong with being, who I am. And because a lot of them conscious, they know some.
Yeah, they have to know.
But then when they see some of the people carrying on the way they carrying on in the conscious community, that's supposed to be carrying the demonstration, and they doing it a whole different. See, that throw people off too. Then you got these bogus people out here selling bogus paperwork, telling people all this stuff, getting their money. So then that all that's coming back on the real good brothers and sisters.
Right.
You know what I mean? Take my money. I'm gonna be mad at everybody that look like you too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
So we got a little work to do. My thing is I'm doing just what I'm doing now. I'm dropping the seeds, and I keep going. But a lot of brothers like yourself, and some brothers came up the other day, like, brother, I'm ready to go to work. You know what I mean? And so they waking up, brother. Some of these brothers were brothers that were going at me. We used to go fist the cuffs in the social media, tearing the threads up. But now we coming together in unity, especially, like I say, shouts out to my Hebrew family. You know what I mean? They know what time it is. Some of them see better than some of the people that claim they Moors. That's a shame. So my brother, if you definitely would like, where you located at?
Massachusetts.
Oh, you're in Boston. Yeah, we ain't got no consulate up there yet. Yeah, man. Man, you need to tune in with us, man. Come on the conference call, because we have them 7 days a week, but we have different subject matter: herb, health and healing, education and truth. I got my class, Moorish Perspectives, every Saturday.
What's the what's the platform?
It's actually a phone number. It's in our website. I'm gonna pull the website up real quick so you can see it.
Okay.
You can go. I'm gonna show you how to navigate through it, and then you will be able to go in there and you can see everything that you want to see. Little questions that you want to ask. A lot of that will be answered in the website. And here it is right here, Moorish American Government.land. And you'll see everything. We got all the little products and everything. We got the name of the headquarters. And we got a lot of videos in here, a lot of reflections. We got our Constitution in here. You can navigate through all the tab, but when you get all the way to the bottom, this is our number. And this is Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
7 o'clock. But we check in before that, from 6:30 all the way up to that time, and then we have the classes. We also have playbacks, as well under that same extension. So
Okay.
you can go there, and also you can navigate through these things. We still got to activate these tabs on here. We got all the products in here, man. The books. We got the herb, teas, and compound good for your body. Same one Prophet Noble Drew Ali had that he was healing people with. We got all the questionnaires and everything you need literature-wise, the flags, the seals, medallions, constitution aspects, expression, you want to buy them and frame them, pictures, all of that. So we got also my website is linked to our website. If you wanted to go in there just to get on some of our metaphysics, I got a lot of that information here in Mathino's archives. It's a lot of information in here. Some of the stuff that we were talking about, dealing with Kemet, yeah. So
Commission. Here's what I say, because me at this point in my life,
yes, sir.
I'm not really at a stage where I choose sides and
that's right.
do things like that. I operate off of just straight up principles.
That's right.
My values as a person.
That's right.
One thing I observed is a lot of divisions within, I don't expect everything to be unison because maybe that's not realistic, but there's a lot of divisions within the movement. It seems like, because sometimes the way I hear people speak about other groups, it makes me it'll make people who aren't as firm with their feet in what's going on kind of skeptical of who's who.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, and I'm just giving you an invitation so you can listen in, on what it is we draw on, letting you know that we open when we do it.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, it really ain't no division between groups. It's certain individuals that want to keep division going. Because I got good brothers in the MST of A, for example, I draw with. You see what I'm saying? We got a good understanding. They know what I stand on. They done seen me put my foot in some of these brothers' behinds out here, you know what I mean, so to speak. And a lot of times it ain't got nothing to do with because they part of another body. It got to do with how they been trying to carry this demonstration. They ain't been defending Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I got to come up here and clean up all this mess they done made. They got the movement looking crazy. You know what I mean? So I had to come out and check individuals, not groups. But individuals. You see what I'm saying? But I got more from different groups like elders.
Yeah.
That reached out to me from the MST of A, and we build. And so even the chairman, he done made adepts in the temple not long ago, recently. You see what I'm saying? So, he still has ties with those brothers that he draw with when he was there. I got pictures and reflections and all of that. So what it is we trying to tell our people all of us need to come together, not just with the Moors. We trying to tell our people under government that we have became recognized as, by the United Nations. They accepted our declaration status, proclamation of status and jurisdiction. They just told us to go get our men, women, and children and formulate a government. They say they've been waiting on us for over 60 years. And we trying to get our people to see it's time to build our own government instead of crying about what the United States government doing.
Yeah.
They keep asking us, though, the UN keep asking us, is there unanimous will among your people to be free? And I can't say that there's a unanimous will among our, but I do know this, They want to be free, but they don't know what freedom is. They don't know what
Right.
freedom look like.
Right.
You
That's
know
very
what
true.
happened if all of us come forth with the unanimous will to be free and we make up our mind and accept? Do you know what type of power that we will have as a people? You know what I mean? And that's what they're doing. It's because a lot of Moors didn't even know nothing about government, but now you got Moors trying to act like they dealing with government as well. You got Moors calling to the UN, don't even know what's going on. So now it's confusing them people. They like, wait a minute, who is who? Like you said. You understand? And the first people to ever come forth with this was my chairman. He's the true heir, when it comes to that teaching. Everybody else is opportunity, and to be honest, which I think some of them agent provocateurs. And I think they doing it because they know what we doing is the right way. We ain't out there misleading our people, telling them, buy this paperwork over here, buy that. But then you'll see them put us on a page, like a lot of these people taking things from us. You know what I mean? A lot of people taking things from us, stealing our ensigns, falsely representing who
So
we
this is
are.
what I was getting at, bro, when I said that you can be a Moor by blood, but not by your principles.
There you go. That's right. That's a dirty Moor concept.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, most definitely. So that's where I'm at with it. I see this brother Judah Nazareth back here in the bike room. And I'm gonna let you up here, Judah. But I ain't up here to get going back early in this morning, back and forth. You know what I mean? Because we talking about unity right now. So we want to hear some unity. You ain't got to unite with Islam if you don't believe in Islam. But the measure is really talking about unity of all our people, and we trying to get the masses some understanding on what the Moors represent. We clearing up some of that folly, because some Moors teaching like they want to be Masons, but we ain't Masons. And that's what I was telling you before. Some of the Moors teach that, but we don't teach it over here. We teach against that over here.
That's right.
Nothing wrong with a Mason, nothing, not to attack Mason. We just letting it be known. No, we ain't no Masons. Noble Drew Ali didn't practice Masonry, nor was he a teacher of it, even though you got some Moors that lie and say that. And the reason they say that because they didn't come up under the right teacher.
Okay.
They didn't come through the right lineage. My chairman was taught directly by the wives of Noble Drew Ali. It don't get no closer than that. You know what I mean? He took care of Pearl Drew Ali. He took him in his boarding houses. And you see what I'm saying? So, and he had original charter from temple number 13. That don't take them away from the Moors in the Moorish Science Temple. Nothing, not to go against them. I'm just saying a lot of their leadership, some of the teachers they come up under, some of their leaderships came up through the chambers with my chairman. We ain't gonna deny that right there. Some of them, like Saudi El, for example, but not all of them. Some individuals are coming up on the lineages that were established after Noble Drew Ali died, and that lineage teach Masonry, because those were Masons in that particular body. Okay. So when they're taking you through the ADEPT chamber, they're taking you through Prince Hall Masonry. Facts. And we don't teach it. And the chairman will tell you that because he went through them chambers.
Prince Hall's up here in Boston. That's one thing I did recognize in Boston. We have the Prince Hall thing going on up here in Boston. I don't know if you know about that. He was from Boston.
Oh, I already know. That's exactly what that's their base right there when you come to Prince Hall.
Okay.
Boston, Philadelphia, all that right there. But it's a thing with us, like the chairman will tell you this, and he was made adept. He been through, all the initiations and all that stuff there too. But, he came through the real chambers under the Prince of Peace, Brother R. German Bay, who was 19 years old when Noble Drew Ali seen him. He had a Masonic fez on his head, a Shriner's fez. Prophet Noble Drew Ali took that fez off his head and put a plain fez on his head and said, "Be ye the plain truth, like I your prophet." That's what let you know Noble Drew Ali wasn't a Mason. You understand? Another thing, he said, "I came to take the cover off of all secret organizations." That let you know he wasn't a Mason. He also said, Masons and Christian preachers will be the last to come home and accept his teaching. They will fight him tooth and nail. They cannot win. That's
Some
what he said.
now,
You know
see,
what I
this
mean?
is new. It's new to me that you say this because some, I think you mentioned it, will teach that Noble Drew Ali and Masonry are kind of cousins or related in some sense. From what, so you're bringing something new to me that I didn't know because I thought they aligned, but I guess not.
Well, what it is Masonry is really the child of Islam. I'm gonna be
Mm-hmm.
honest with you, just being real. The reason why I say that, Masonry was established as a natural enemy to Islam first and foremost. That's what Masonry was created to basically go against Muslims. I'm talking about the Masonic order. I ain't talking about the Knights Templar. Because the Knights Templar was around long before the Masons come. Masons say they come from the Templars. The Templars, however, a lot of them was killed because they were said to have betrayed their oath because they were sent to fight for the Christian church and end up converting to Islam. Low key. That's why when you become a Knights Templar in the 14th degree, you can automatically be admitted into being a Shriner. See, that's why they let them do that. They don't have to go all the way 33 degrees. A Templar can go straight to the shrine from the 14th degree. So the thing is about it, also when you deal with the Knights Templar, they took an oath under the tree. It was a splitting of the elm, under Salahuddin, you see, in his camp. And so Salahuddin was very honored even by them Europeans that he fought against because he was so honorable in the field of battle. When he took siege of a lot of that area in Jerusalem, he treated people with honor. So the Europeans praise that man to this day, even though he a Muslim. You see what I'm saying? Because he would tear their behind up and then send them gifts, and all this right here sincerely, not being facetious or sarcastic. He was just an honorable man. Salahuddin was so honorable that those who came before him that was they wanted to put certain things like a minbar, a podium in Jerusalem. All those things they wasn't able to accomplish before he came and did it. He came later and accomplished everything that them dudes wanted to do before him, the sheikhs before him wanted to do. He did it for him. And after he did it, he died. That's crazy. He took the city back. He put his teachers, member up there in the city, and he died. That lets you know he was born solely for that purpose, to do what he did. Just like us, all us got a purpose we born for.
Yeah.
Getting outside of the spookism, you know what I mean? So it's a lot of lore behind this Masonic thing, and that's why you have people have a misunderstanding. Like I say, ain't nothing wrong, with the Masons being whoever they want to be. But we just let it be known Prophet Noble Drew Ali wasn't a Mason. He was surrounded by Masons, but he wasn't a Mason. Like in the Canaanite Temple, 1913, his main opposition was Masons. Dr. Suleiman, who was actually a co-founder. People think he was the founder. He was the co-founder. I got all the information. I'm the one that put all the information out there on Dr. Suleiman. When they only had one picture of him, I put it in I hate I put it out there in social media. You got Europeans and everybody tried to take it and twist it up. And they got it from other Moors in the community. That's the crazy part about it. They cite names of Moors like Lord Abba, and all these people that gave them this information against the prophet, and they supposed to have been standing with the prophet at that time. So that's why I say I question these dudes' motives.
Okay.
When Ali Muhammad was attacking them, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Lord Abba wasn't defending Noble Drew Ali. He did that for money. He debated for money. You see what I'm saying? And I got on Dr. Ali Muhammad because Dr. Ali Muhammad was present when the government was first acknowledged by the United Nations. I got the pictures and the archives of it, and I just sent him a picture. And he humbled himself. And he was basically saying, yeah, Moors is, some Moors be indoctrinated and they be demonstrating, all this. And I understand where the brother was coming from. And like I said, a lot of the stuff I'm trying to clean up now, I'm cleaning up the mess that was made before I came, bro. You feel me? I'm cleaning this garbage up that they done made. I got to do all this before I can even start really trying to teach what I'm supposed to be teaching. So I'm wasting all the time trying to teach. I'm supposed to be like these lessons, what I brought now. I'm supposed to be teaching this stuff instead of having to come back, over and over again, trying to clean up what these Moors done,
I see what you're saying.
didn't do, basically.
Yeah.
And then I'm taking the heat because they think I'm one of them.
But that's part of the work, bro.
Yeah, and I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I'm built for this. Just like Salahuddin was built for that. I'm built to take everything. That's why when a lot of these people come, they don't know 30 years I've been on the battlefield, bro. Sitting out here with Hebrew Israelites, building with them brothers. I ain't talking about in a disrespectful way. I'm talking about in the flesh with 7, 8 Hebrews around me, and I'm standing on what I stand on. So like this stuff, social media, I did this 30 years ago before it was a Facebook or YouTube. That's why they thinking that I didn't just wake up and start doing this. I've been doing this. So you can't come to me with no anything because I got receipts for everything I say. And I learned that from being around my 5% brothers. Show and prove. Anything I say, I'm going to bring something. Now, whether you accept it, that's on you. But the general opinion of men would never alter the nature of truth. I ain't going to accept it because I don't like you. I don't like what you're saying. That still ain't going to change the nature of this truth being put out here. You can not like me all you want to. You can call it a lie all you want to. You know what I mean? I'm going to still stand on what I stand on. So my thing is to unite our people. I really don't believe in going back and forth with my people, regardless of what they study, because I know the school of thought of most of our people. I know how my Hebrew brothers think. I know what they think about Kemet. I know what they think about Islam. I know their position already. You see what I'm saying? And I've been fighting for years, not only to try to unite with my Hebrew family, but hell, I've been fighting for years trying to get the Moors to unite with each other. I've been fighting for years to try to get Muslims to come together.
So,
you understand? And then I got to fight against people who think I want to fight their ideology when I'm trying to bring us together. That's why I say I don't have time. Only time I get out there and go at one is when you blaspheming the Most High. You see what I'm saying? I don't care what you say. You go to talk about you're atheist and all that type of stuff, I'm at your head. You know what I mean? Especially if you're trying to attack, because most of them, they'll call me out. You know what I mean? And then I'm going to give it to you. If that was, they don't know, I used to do this stuff all the time. But I stopped going back and forth with people because I caused some people to throw their holy book on the floor, bro. That's what made me say I didn't want to debate with nobody no more. Because I don't want to be the cause of you not believing. I don't want that on my hand. You understand? And that's what we fail to realize when we up here going back and forth. It's people watching us. And some of them people may not be as rooted as we are. And if we cause them to go astray from seeking the Most High, they blood on our hand, bro. So it's more than just getting up here going back and forth. We got to give the people room for growth. You see what I'm saying? That's my approach. It's unity. I've been hollering that for years. Even when I went to the Lions Den, I've been hollering unity, unity, unity. People go to talking crazy. Most times it get out, I hang up. Why? Because I ain't finna be involved, with going back and forth. If it ain't about us coming together at something, even if we have dialogue, nothing wrong with having a healthy dialogue. But at the end of the dialogue, what's the end result? Are we gonna come together and say, all right, we agree to disagree? Well, what is it that we can do to work together? Because if we just going back and forth over the same subject, that's a waste of time. What are we getting out of it? You right, I'm wrong. I'm right, you wrong. Okay, so what? How is that helping our people as a whole? That's what I want to know. How is that building a nation? Or is it conducive to building a nation? You see what I'm saying? If anything, it's widening the chasm and causing us to be more divided. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, salute to your brother Judah Nazareth and son like me. Yes, sir. Y'all got some drawing y'all want to bring to the manifest, brother. Jay, brother, we give honors to you, brother, for all your questions.
Thank you for having me, bro.
Yes, sir. We want y'all to come on here again too. Go ahead, brother Judah.
I just had two questions. And there's a brother here in Japan too. His name is Kyle L. I told him about you, so he might try to reach out. He's here in Tokyo with me. Anyway, I had two questions. Do you I know I debated Tarka Bay and Lord Abner. You already know that. When you say Islamism, do you because I'm an Israelite, but I also acknowledge Ishmael, our brother, in Islam.
Right.
You're talking like
That's
so
right.
do you deal with
Right.
the Quran of Prophet Muhammad or no?
Yes, sir. We have to. The reason why we have to, because right in the affidavit of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, he said we propagating the faith of Muhammad. But it's our interpretation, our exegesis. That's the difference. Like, for example, over in my paradigm, we don't teach just what the Orthodox Muslim teaching. We teach that our school of thought is of the Sabians. Because you read the Quran, it speaks of the Sabians. And the Sabians are the ancient Cushites. You see what I'm saying? So we draw from that perspective. Matter of fact, Muhammad was moving with the Sabians before he got his revelation from Gabriel with the Sabi'un Hunafa. And the Sabians say they say their lineage comes from Enoch. You see? Certain texts they would say comes from, Tehudi, but nevertheless, the Moors draw from a more Sufistic what we call tasawwuf. And a lot of Orthodox Muslims, even though some of them honor Sufism, some of them vehemently oppose Sufism. And that's the school of thought that's always been the Moorish school of thought. And that's why them and the Arabs ain't really never been able to get along. Because the Moors believe in the Sufi foundation. You go in the west coast of Africa, North Africa, it's Sufied out. It ain't like, when you get into Saudi Arabia and all of that. Which they supposed to believe in Sufism too. That's supposed to be a part of the tenets of Islam. It's tasawwuf. It's what they call Shariat, which is the law, Hakikat, and Tariqat. And then you have tasawwuf. It's them four different, but you don't supposed to take one and reject the other. What sunlight went? Sunlight, well, yeah, you done fell off. Go ahead, brother Judah Nazareth.
I have one more question. I'm listening. I was listening in the chat, but I just wanted to come on and ask two questions. The second question. I see you have Osiris back there. No,
Yes,
actually,
sir.
well, how do you reconcile Osiris with the Quran?
That's Heru.
Okay. I'm looking in the back. I see the crown of
yeah, you see that, all of them every now and then they wear the Atef and they mix them up. But yeah, Kemet, my brother, on another level. See, what you got to look at is a lot of people look at Kemet as it is now, as a shell of its former self, so to speak. But Kemet had a prophet that was sent to them, and Enoch was their prophet, brother, according to the Islamic tradition. He was sent to the Egyptians. This is before Moses went there. So they had the truth, but they deviated from that truth. And that's what caused the fall of Egypt. So when you see me honoring, Kemet, I'm honoring the pre-Hyksos invasion, because their fall came during the time of the Hyksos. And the Hyksos came up with their own doctrine. A lot of people don't know some of the teachings that they've been following have Hyksos influence on. You see what I'm saying? And so this is why you have admixture and all this old freak type stuff going on. But you won't find that in the Nubian papyrus. Matter of fact, if you look, people didn't even know a lot of the hieroglyphics. You see how you see that brother melanated? Most of them images you see, they got Eurocentric looks on. All the images that's melanated like that, you got to go in the Kush in Nubia to find that, bro. Most of the other stuff is whitewashed. They done watered it down. They got the Hermetic hypothesis going on, and it's garbage. And also, when it comes to the concept of these deities, people have a misunderstanding with these deities, because these deities really represent principles that were supposed to be manifested, as opposed to dealing with one human being. For example, we got prophets. Let's use the example of prophets in the Bible or the Quran. Prophets come bringing a message at different levels and degrees. They have different degrees of understanding and divinity that they unfold. But nevertheless, them prophets come forth and they do their work. But you don't see them going back and forth with each other. But we would say they embody the same God spirit that son all the other prophets may have come up under different names or affiliation. You may have been Yahweh. I'm just using that as I know some people don't say Yahweh, they say Yahweh. Or some say, but one might say it was El or El Shaddai. However, the affiliation, it was still the same essence of spirit that was directing the people, is what I'm getting at. And so in Kemet, it's the same way, but it's become misconstrued because the European has begun to interpret the doctrine of Kemet. That's why I be getting on Jabbar and them, talking about how they follow E. Wallace Budge, them teaching. E. Wallace Budge didn't even translate them books. It was Coptic Christians that translated them books. Facts. He just took it and took credit for it. Some people that translated some of them books got killed. So they wouldn't be able to say, I translated it. You see what I'm saying? So they would get people to translate, especially during the time of Ptolemy. Ptolemy created his own Egyptian civilization and hieroglyphics. He added hieroglyphics that wasn't even there during the 33rd dynasty. See, that's the real secret meaning behind the 33rd degree. How they went in there and usurped the real Kemites and put that Eurocentric garbage up in there. Just like the Rosetta Stone. They talking about they found and they decipher. How you going to decipher something when this stone originated from the Ptolemaic period? It didn't exist during the Old Kingdom. Make it make sense. So I'm going at these cats on this level saying, bruh, and I'm teaching Heradic right now. I'm teaching Demotic right now. Because that's something Jabbar don't know. That's something a lot of them other dudes don't know because they trying to translate symbols. Symbols are not meant to be translated in that way. The only symbols that are alphabet, bro, is Proto-Canaanite and Proto-Sinaitic. That's a real alphabet that is actually considered in the forms of symbols and pictorial. But them hieroglyphics weren't meant to be understood that way. They were meant to be metaphysics. That's Egyptolemaism. So I'm getting at them on Kemet. I know his things ain't right there. Just like Al-Sar is a principle. So if one man that was ruling, he died, that principle Al-Sar would come through the next ruler. It's simplicity, just like that. Ain't got nothing to do with one man being Al-Sar. You see what I'm saying? And that's what people, ain't got nothing to do with one man being Heru. As far as having the heads of the birds, in the body of the human, all that's really symbolic, metaphysical for the attributes and characteristics of what that particular creature of creation represented. If you know the nature of what a hawk represents, and you know the characteristics of the hawk, then you would have understanding of why Heru is represented in such a way. For swiftness, being able to look into the sun, which is really symbolic to divine light. See, they ain't going to tell you this type of stuff. See, that's Egyptian ADEPT stuff right there. They're going to take you into getting up there acting like they translating something. You know what I mean? Which is a waste of time. So, brother, a lot of sentiments, you don't know. We got similar sentiments. It's just a misunderstanding because, you see, I say I'm more, and it's understanding the degree of the Moorish science that I teach because I'm not of the MST of A. We don't teach the same. We teach from the same text, but our exegesis is different because what we teach is supposed to be taught to them in secret. What I'm bringing in the opening, they get mad, like what I read earlier. They think the chairman was wrong because he revealed the adept secrets in the book. And the chairman telling you ain't no such thing as that's masonry. And the chairman be getting on them. That's Western Freemasonry. We ain't no Mason. Y'all are trying to keep secrets. If Noble Drew Ali would have kept our nationality a secret, we wouldn't have never known we were Moorish Americans, according to the Moorish doctrine. So make it make sense. Go ahead, brother.
Did Noble Drew Ali teach that the people that we are Canaanites?
Well, what he said we were descendants of the ancient Canaanites. And when he say that, see, a lot of people don't know. It's three different meanings or interpretation to what a Canaanite is. You got Canaanite according to bloodline. You got Canaanite according to the region. And then you got those who are Canaanite based on the fact that they living in the land of Canaan, after the Canaanites had long gone. And so they gave that affiliation to those people. So when we say ancient Canaanites, we really talking about the original people that inhabited the land. But we say that ancient Canaan is a name for the Garden of Eden. That's what we teach, that area, that region. You know what I mean? Go ahead, brother.
Is it Baal?
Huh?
Like, because I see some Moors have Bay and El at the end of their names. When you put them together, you get Baal.
See, that's what I try to tell Moors. The name Bay and El, like you say, it actually comes from the Arabic word Bayatu, which means the house of. You see what I'm saying? So when they say the house of, you'll see Bayatu. There's a house, what they call that most frequently visited place. They call it the Kaaba above, which is in the heavens, the cosmic Kaaba. It's called Beata Mamor. You see? In other words, it's the house of the angels, is what they call it, right? But it's called Beato Mamor. But that word Bay comes from the word Beato. And the word El also comes from it, the ul part, you see? So it's really a separation between the two. But definition-wise, these words come straight from the Quran. Just like the word Sultan. Sultan is a word that comes from the Quran. It meant power. You see what I'm saying? So they took it and then made it into a position. Like the word, what they call it, vizier, comes from wazir. But that word wazir can be traced back to Al-Sar, you see, which is the name of Osiris, or Usir, which actually means an Egyptian official. So you see how through etymology you can trace certain things. But it all deals with one having that knowledge to be able to know what they're dealing with. So yeah, that word Bay and El, Bay means governor, and El means creator.
In Arabic?
Huh?
In Arabic?
That's the definition that we give to it. Partially, coming from the Arabic, it means governor, yes, because most of the Bays, they were governors of different cities and the governors of certain dynasties. That's why they call them the Bay Links, if you ever read about the Bay Links. So they were governors. And then El mean creator, because that name El actually go back to the Canaanite lineage. You see what I'm saying? So that's where the L come in. It also go back to Mikael, Uriel, them, that's the way we trace it, all the way back to angelic titles. So.
Yeah, there's one more question. I'm hop off. I'm listening in. I want to show you this real quick. Just go ahead. I just want to show you this real quick. Hold on.
Go ahead. No problem. We give honors to Sunlight Bay too. I don't know if they had to go out. They say the goal is to free and not appear to be free. Go ahead, brother Judah.
I was going to show you this because when I debated Laura Abba, and I was bringing out, we have. I remember I was talking to you. I was like, we have a degree system in Israel, and it's 3 degrees. You can see that the guy, my Moorish brother came here, and he was in Japan. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like you can see a guy kind of like laying down dead, and he sits up with the question mark, and then he stands up erect.
Yep.
All 3 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was trying to ask you. I was like, because we deal with science, mathematics, and geometry, and the Masons basically took. Remember, not the Masons. The Knights Templars were in Jerusalem, digging up and taking documents, and then they were illiterate, so they were working with the Muslims, like you were saying. The Muslims they could read, so they were deciphering and whatever.
That's right.
Yeah. So a lot of what you're saying, I do agree with.
Yeah, that was during what they call the golden age, which is something that a lot of our family need to look at, because that's the time when the Moors and the Hebrews was working together with each other as well. It was us doing the transliteration, and the Knights Templar really was on the sideline, so to speak, like you said. That's when we brought them out of the dark age, which was the worst thing that we could have ever did, because that knowledge they used against us to oppress us and put us in the situation we're in now. We translated them books, you know what I mean? It was the Sephardim, which we would call Moorish Israelite in the modern time, Sephardim Moors, and what we call the Philosha. That's what we would call Hebrew Moors, you know what I mean? Then you had those Moors that were straight off the west coast of Africa and North Africa. They were both present in Spain. That's why when you see when Queen Isabella and Ferdinand expelled, they sent them away from their special place. It was so-called, they used the term Jews, which was really talking about the Moorish Hebrews and the Moors. You know what I mean? And they was like, we got to get them out of their heathen religion because they wanted to Christianize us, basically.
We definitely teach the same thing with that.
You see what I'm saying? They want to Christianize us.
Definitely.
And that's what they did. They Christianized. That's under the Black Code law. See, people don't know. They talk, Moors modernly talk about the Black Code laws of 1865. But there was Black Codes in 1685 that was issued as edicts. And that's where the 1865 codes come from. You can't go out the door. Slave can't be out the door a certain time after curfew. Think about that, Brother Judah. Ain't that the same law right now with our people? We get out there, European can go set up shop, tailgate anywhere they want to be. Let us come out there and be sitting up. They're going to come harass you. Somebody get locked up. And please don't have no open container around there because you're sure enough going to jail. But that's one of the things. Also, marriage laws in the Code Noir, off limits. If you get caught marrying slaves and you're a slave master, you own them, we're going to fine you and we'll possibly take your slaves from you. So all of this stuff is in their law. Like we're going to brand them with the fleur de lis, which is the symbol of New Orleans Saints. That symbol on the side of their helmet, that's a symbol of slavery, basically. They would brand that in runaway slaves, basically, if they ran.
Is it a cross?
It's basically almost a cross, if you really look at it. Because, you think about it, it's coming from a Christian nation. So, yeah, in that, the Code Noir is a cold-blooded document because it tells them, if they don't want to come into our way of life, we're going to beat them. And if they raise their hands up, you kill them. They don't supposed to bear no arms. See? Quote, unquote. Look at what's going on now. They stopped that under the Black Panther Party. When they started coming forth with the laws and all that, challenging the law, that's when they started saying, okay, we're going to criminalize them so that they can't have nothing to protect themselves and their family. And so now it's done got haywire now, and they're going to try to use all this mass shooting to take so-called gun. But the black market don't care nothing about that. Them ain't the people on the black market that's killing people. Them people that legally can own firearms. And them y'all children that's doing that. But you're going to make laws harsher on our people. You know what I mean? Get caught with it, we're going to give you 1 million years. And you know how it go. So designer law is what I call it. Go ahead, brother.
I'm gonna hop off. I'm listening from the chat, but listen, this brother, hey, remember Kyle was telling this commission, and I was like, "There's a brother I talked to. I was supposed to debate commission, but I know what happened. A shout out to you, brother, and hope everything's all right with you.
But they trying to cover it up.
Say it again.
I say they trying to cover up that issue too.
I was just saying, like, it's sad. It was sad to hear.
It's a hell of a situation, brother. But it's we working through it, man. I'm just trying to keep my God woman strong. She taking it pretty hard. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. It's got to be difficult, man. But, I'm gonna hop off and listen in. It was a great build. I love listening. I listen to even if I agree or disagree, I just love to hear new things. You definitely gave me some insight into things like because I had a debate against Jabari last week, I think I
seen a piece of it.
Yeah, and that brother doesn't know, he don't know Meta at all. And that brother, he started laughing like I know that we know the Coptic. Oh, matter of fact, that brother you debated the rapper Casual, Smash Rockwell, remember?
Yeah, he don't know none of it neither.
Well, I was on his channel today, and he was this morning, and he's still going right now with Dr. Reggie and them over there. But he was, Metter and Jabari started laughing at the Coptic script. Now I know it's a script. It's not the language. It's a script from the Greek. I got it. But the language still does derive as a later stage from the ancient Egyptian language, Afro-Asiatic. And this brother Jabari can't even count he can't say hello in Egyptian, whether it's Coptic or he don't even know. And he's just
none of it.
He's doing cosplay, as they call in Japan. You dress up in costume.
Yeah.
So
that's
I ain't not that brother out though,
but that's why I went at him too. I went at Jabari. You see, I called his name out, bro. I don't even play. Tahaka Bay, him too. And I don't do that to be divisive. I do that because, it's certain measures that I know, like to them, like people that don't know nobody, they think they super scholars. But to me, I don't see them like that because I know better. You know what I mean? Like Jabari can't even talk to me. He run from me. All of them run from me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all them guys ran from me. Yeah, man. Every last one of them. The other guy, Chris Harris, all of them. They runs from commission. Because they already know what to, even Unc. Every time I get on the phone, Unc run. He run from me every time. He get mad, and upset. He can't.
This is absolutely beautiful to hear. I'm not saying, but them running?
Yeah, all of them. Every last one of them atheists, bro. I got it on record. Look at some of my video. You'll see it on there. I put it in there. I put the videos up there when they go to buck dancing and carrying on. And it's because of the fact that all I do is ask them to prove what it is. Because see, they don't never have to prove what it is they saying. We have to show all our sources and pull and we can put 30 sources. They'll say you made that up. But then when you ask them to prove something, they get mad. They get upset.
Chris was in my group. He was in Torah Nights.
Oh, he was part of. You know what? I think Judah was saying that one time, if I ain't mistaken.
But listen to what he was doing while he was in Torah Nights. He was working with IUIC, trying to get them to quote unquote overthrow me and then incorporate Torah Nights into IUIC, who was basically a Christian group. So he was doing like double agent mess. You know what I'm saying? So we know Chris. Like, and Chris
That
was.
Don't surprise me.
He was popular.
Yeah, they found. Oh, my bad. Now I was finna say they found it by police. Police found it them. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of fellow lawmen is a part of that particular group, bro. Who else can get out on the corner and talk all that noise like that and that rhetoric and don't never get harassed, bro?
IUIC definitely. Nate Seven, the leader, he's a cop, and then several other police that are. And the one brother, I don't know his name. He was like, "If I catch you jaywalking, I'm snitching." Brothers,
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And not only that, it ain't just the Hebrew. We had some polices in the Moorish group too. In certain we had some that was at the head. I'm talking about real polices, not snitches, real polices. We had also some polices that was in the Kemetic. Matter of fact, Jabari teacher. Baba man came out of the precinct and made up the Kemetic art. And that's why I was saying to Jabari, like, how in the world you gonna come to me and then go to telling me about some Kemet when your teacher went and made his own 42 laws of Ma'at up? He ain't even going from the original ones. I got the document. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Your whole police now talking about he had his uncle on him when he would be having his handcuffs and it's crazy.
Commission, are you serious, bro?
You didn't know that? Yeah, man. Baba Hayru, man, straight police, man, worked in the precinct. He said he left the precinct to teach Kemet. That's what he said now. I swear to God, bro. I had that finna prepare that in my debate. I got that in my slides when I was finna get on Jabbar, but he ran from it, so I wasn't able to put it on it. I got the little 42 laws of Ma'at that they made up, and now stay late. What a stay late at for? Nowhere, because he made it up.
Wait, my wife, she said, "What do you mean they made it up?" Like,
yeah, he made his own 42 laws of Ma'at up. Yeah, he ain't going by the original ones. He made his own laws up. Talking about something about being in the neighborhood or something, and I would defend something about going against the community. And hold on, let me see if I can pull that foolish real. Let me look for this document real quick, bro. I ain't making this stuff up. I'm telling you, see, that's why that's one of the reasons why when they play with commission dig deep.
My wife is in disbelief. Wait, so Baba, during our debate, Jabari was like, "I was initiated by Baba Haru."
You was initiated by the police. I ain't lying, brother. Watch
This
this.
is this week just keeps getting better and better. Keep going, brother.
I think this might be it right here. Let's see.
Hey, while you're getting that, my wife pulled up his website. You know that he's charging, and I ain't trying to dog the brother out, but you know he's charging $7,000 to go to Egypt and to go to Ghana for basically a vacation. And they gotta be fully, you know.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. These guys are charlatans, man. You got to watch out for them, man. That's another thing. These initiation things that they got going on, like, where they getting them from? They making them up. Facts, bro. I'm telling you, man. These dudes is.
This is crazy. Are you gonna share? Are you gonna share something? Because my wife can see this.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that debate when I was putting it together. I got so many dang on documents over here. Yeah, you can go ahead and talk while I'm looking for it, though.
Okay, yeah. So my wife pulled up his website because he was like, when you debate Jabari, he's real slippery, right? He knows how to play like little word spells, and he knows how to like avoid major topics. Because I was like, yo, what's comedic science? Just want to hear what he was gonna, what does he? Is this just like a costume party for the brother? Like what was this, some substance? And he wouldn't address nothing. He wouldn't. He just kept trying to like stick to. He was like, Judah, you need to learn what late antiquity means. He just kept sticking. I'm like, bro, late antiquity, I got it, bro. It still means a long time ago. He just kept sticking to that. And so we spent 2 hours talking about linguistics, which he doesn't know anything about. And then,
right.
And then the HOK chat's like, Jabari won. And some other came over. He's like, I think Jabari won. But everybody was like, man, come on, Judah, you killed him. First off, he read the Coptic dictionary and it said that this derives from ancient days until Arabic replaced the Coptic as a national language in Egypt.
Right.
So this is beautiful, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna mute and wait patiently until you find.
Yeah, I got it in here. I'm gonna find it. Just give me 1 second. Like I said, I found the one with that's that thing I did for Mighty Hebrew. So it's right around in that area right there. Yeah, man, I got it in here. It's right around here in the same area too. Okay, not that one. Okay, that's the stolen legacy. That's the battle mother tongue. Okay. I tell you one thing though, they can't sell that foolishness to the people no more. And that's a fact.
Man, this is incredible. Wait, so they're faking jacks.
How is Jabari able to teach these courses?
So have you seen Jabari's courses, Commission?
I never really looked at them. But I seen some old garbage he was putting up there together.
On Facebook, I'm gonna send you his website, I have him in my thing, but I'm sending it on Facebook his website. He's charging like $50, $75 a class, this, that, and the other, and basically yoga and nothing. No, there's no real substance, and you got to get, and this is.
Here you go, right here. This I just get it what, because I piecemeal this stuff right here. I'm gonna show you this first. Okay, let me share my screen. Yeah, man, you didn't know that? I thought everybody knew that. Yeah, that man. So my thing is, how you gonna be initiated by police? A man, look, you see it right here. Look at him. From police beat to prayer beads, right? You see that?
Oh, you're not sharing. Yeah. Did you get the?
It ain't sharing yet.
Okay,
hold on. There you go, right there. My bad. Okay, right there. You see it now?
Yes, that's him. Yes.
And this is in the New York Times now. For more than 20 years, he was an officer James George of the New York Police Department. Now he goes by the ancient Egyptian name Baba Heru Samaj. Mr. Samaj is the friendly, pharaoh-like mixture of Chinatown's jewelry district around Canal and Mott Streets. He walks the area, it say, as if he just took a 10,000-year leap out of the Nile Valley. He greets passers-by who squint at the eye symbols and the circled top crosses on his clothing and jewelry. Up in his fourth-floor space, in a commercial building on Christian Street, it say Mr. Samaj keeps a shrine for worship and study the ancient spirits of Kemet. The ancient name for Egypt, the space doubles as the long-standing showroom and studio for his Kemetic-themed jewelry. Mr. Samaj has spent most of his life studying Kemetic culture and was ordained years ago as a Kemetic priest, the first in New York City, he says. Simply stated, Mr. Samaj believes that the ancient Egyptians were black and the culture, it says, were Nubian, one native sub-Saharan Africa. It says, despite the cover of stories put forth by more recent envious cultures, it is a viewpoint that is dismissed by many experts. His outfits, I'm reading the words together, in jewelry are inspired by hieroglyphics and objects from the tombs of the pharaohs. Mr. Samaj wears a specific color for each day of the week to match its corresponding ancient Egyptian deity. On Thursday, he had on a sharp suit of white Egyptian linen, adorned with purple insignias of the Eye of Heru, and he wore a shallow cap on his head, purple scarf and long string of 100 amethyst prayer beads. But man, he goes on basically, man. He's a police. He's ex-police, man.
Who was he initially? Because it said that he was ordained, or who was he? Who ordained him?
I have no idea who ordained him. I know that, he talking about he ain't never had to use his gun. He was spreading the ankh, with a word with his ankh on and his pendant and on his handcuffs. So he used his ankh pendant on his handcuff holder. So like,
Wait,
oh no, goodness gracious.
Do you think that he might be a Mason too?
I already know he probably was in the lodge. Ain't no doubt in my mind that he probably was in the lodge. Fraternal Order of Police as well.
What about Jabari?
Definitely. I know Jabari went through one of them sorority frats, so he probably went through there too.
Yeah, what they say he's a alpha phi beta or something, alpha phi alpha.
Yeah, that's definitely, he definitely. Now, see, this is 42 laws. He called them new ethical covenants of mine. I do not flirt with ancestral treason by failing to identify myself as African in the Americas and the diaspora. I do not discourage or devalue, it says, or do harm to fellow African sister or brother. I fail to honor and keep my word. Some of these laws, Jabari be breaking his behind off. See, I had all this I was going to use for my debate. You know what I mean?
Where can I find this? Where can I find this?
This is shrineofmaat.org, Chief Elder. He got everything on him. He got a lot of stuff they made up as they went along. Yeah. So you see, I see a lot of the stuff that I went on him on the videos, he tried to get deleted. It's still on my page though. See, them the original laws of Maat that they call a negative declaration would let me know you just copied and paste that. Because if you knew better, you wouldn't call them negative declaration. Ain't no negative confessions of Maat. It's the 42 laws. See, that come from the European. So that's what I be saying right now. See, I can recognize that stuff when I see it. Look, now you post something from E. Wallace Budge. Well, Jabari admitted though, he straight praised E. Wallace Budge when I brought it up. He ain't got no shame. You know what I mean? So, yeah, they got his stuff up here. But my thing is, have you translated something on your own, Jabari? Because that's what we working on doing. We working on translating real heretic papyri, bro. And
even me and my brother Devion from Torah Nights, even we're doing that. Yeah. We have, like I said, we know that it's the Coptic is the last stage, but we still are familiar with the hieratic. with the demonic.
Yeah.
And I'm an Israelite, and I'm still.
That's real alphabet, and,
Yeah.
and that them symbols is not alphabet. Them symbols was used to bear the alphabet.
We share a lot of the same words and stuff too, like in ancient
yeah,
Egypt and
that of course, yeah. In the Hebrew, of course. Matter of fact, in the Hebrew hold strongly. Even Arabic have them, but Hebrew have the strongest connection, and I believe because of the connection when they was in Egypt. That's probably why. You know what I mean? Because I know the language Proto-Canaanite came off of the symbols. But they created their own alphabet and they just really put it beside the Paleo-Hebrew is what they did. It's really the symbol beside the alphabet. But if you look at it, look at a word like Cam, like I keep telling them people, it was actually C-H-A-M in the Hebrew, but it has its original meaning to it. It's a couple of more words, like the word Yah. I found that in the Kemetic language. But see, it's a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What else? Shoshana, which is lotus in Egyptian, but it's lily in Hebrew. Like you said, Kam, Shamash, which means worship in there, but it means sun. And the sun. You see a lot of the same.
A lot of the same stuff, just like the word Khatam. The word Khatam in Arabic means seal. When they say seal, it means the same thing in Egyptian. Khatam means seal, or seal keeper of the seal. And that word, that's what they say, seal of the prophets. And it really is a stamp of authenticity. It don't really mean Muhammad is the last prophet. That's another thing. It's just saying that he was stamped as a prophet of God. It wasn't saying he was the last, but Arabs would like to interpret it that way. That way the door of prophecy is no longer open. But even his wife said, do not say that Muhammad, was, he said, say that he was the seal of the prophets, but do not say that he was the last. That's what Aisha said, his wife. You know what I mean?
Yes. And
might have been the last to the Arabs, but he wasn't the last prophet to come to humanity.
These are the new Arabs, because I just showed today. Do you know Afro-Asiatic, my brother Afro-Asiatic?
I think I've seen him before.
Yeah, he's Nation of Islam though, but he studies. He's really into like the what do you call it? Afro-Asiatic linguistic branches. Like we really get into all of that, and yeah, man, it's this is So, no, I'm with you though, brother. When you say like about the building, I love to debate though, but I'm not debating out of spite and out of spite.
Yeah, I think you just try to do that to keep yourself sharp.
Yeah, and
keep yourself on point, so to speak.
And there are people now. Like you said, listen, like a lot of our people learning things is like difficult. Not like it's impossible. They don't want to do it. They don't have the desire to elevate mentally. You know what I'm saying? So learning different languages, studying linguistics, studying history, they don't want to do these things. So they just like to, that's why I'm not. If Jabari be watching, I'm not banging on you, brother. But like Commission, I listened to this brother. He was on Lions Den, and he goes through all these slides and all this information, and I'm like, well, no, this brother's like deeper than these dudes. These dudes don't have no substance. Like, shout out to brothers like Taharka and all them, but I never hear Taharka ever go into the sciences. Never. I've never.
He don't know it. It's cause the lineage he come through. The teacher Balael, really, he came later. See, Balael claiming the lineage of Emilia, who was the supreme sheik that was appointed by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, but he wasn't born up under that lineage. And basically, those who he come behind actually usurped the lineage of Miliel, meaning his great-grandmother, which was the wife of Miliel. Basically, what happened is when Miliel had a stroke, she took him down to Mississippi with his family. And then she married another Moor, and she made that Moor sheik. And she didn't even have power to do that. First of all, because you ain't even on the affidavit, and really you had to legally be on the affidavit to make any type of office or vestment. You know what I mean? So when she did that, the Moors that was with Miliel got upset. And they basically left mentally ill and went up under Kirkman Bay, the real usurper of the prophet, a real Shriner and Mason, basically.
Oh.
And they went on and took everything they had, and that's where he got all the membership. Kirkman Bay.
Do you know Orthodox Moor? You familiar with that brother?
Sound familiar? I think I've seen him before.
Yeah, he's Quranic brother, but he goes at it with Tarka Bay like all the time, whatever. And I was like,
everybody go at it with Tarka Bay. Tarka Bay done went against every grand body in Moorish America, bro. He just did a video on me, my chairman, and everybody.
Yeah. He did? When?
He was recently. That man got a couple of videos he done did on the guy me the Jive Turkey Award and everything. Cause see, Tarka was running from me for a long time. We debated on Judah page, and he didn't really get off like he thought he was gonna get off, so he got mad on them. You know what I mean? He went to talking all rambunctious and everything. The video, I got that on my page too. You know, and they gave him the win because it was people that was clicking up with Tarka. That was his buddies at the time. I didn't know it, but you know, he knew he didn't win. So he got on Sarnetta's show, and I told him and Lord Abba behind up together. They tried to attack me together, and I told both of them behind up.
Hey, how long ago was that?
If you go and pull up the show that says Sarnetta, it says Moorish brothers sword dripping with blood. Yeah, that one right there.
Is it in your on your channel or Sarnetta?
It's on Sarnetta channel.
All right, so it's called the Moorish brothers sword dripping with blood.
Sword dripping with blood.
How many years ago? It's like 2 years.
This ain't been no. It's probably maybe if anything, probably about a solid year, if that. Really months ago, to be honest with you. It wasn't long ago.
I know they were beefing. Well, you know they're cousins, but Sarnetta and Tarka was beefing for a while.
You say they cousins?
Yeah, you didn't know that? They're cousins.
I didn't know Sarnetta and Tarka was some kin.
Yeah, they just be going at it like, you know. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I didn't know that. Didn't know that at all. Yeah, cause he called him. Sarnetta went off on him on my last show. Yeah. So yeah, man. But I got that one there, cause you know I met Tarka in person. He was talking crazy, and next thing you know, I was up there in Baltimore the next day, 13 hours later. He in the building, and so I said, yeah, this that same brother you were talking to yesterday. He told me, oh man, that's just the internet, Mo. You know, and all this stuff here, man. And so we took the picture. I'm gonna show you the picture we took together. We took a picture together, bro. Watch this. And even then, my wife seen on the picture. She said she seen how his facial expression changed when we took the picture. And only the reason I got at him is because right after we took that picture, and I let him come to our little demonstration, man, the cat went off the next day, bro. Like, what type of person is you, bro?
What happened? Like, what?
He just went off on the government, went off on us. We let him get on our platform. See, I put that out on him. They say he's supposed to got some paperwork or messing around and something with them babies or something. Somebody say it's supposed to be fake, but I don't know. They got a whole bunch of paperwork on that boy. Supposed to be a Chester molester. Yeah, but yeah, we took pictures. They took a picture together, man. I got it right up here. Where that thing at? And that's why I was really tripping off on. Like, bro, you talk, we let you get on our platform. You act like we cool. Then the next day you attack us. And so, man, you got to be realer than that right there, man. I ain't with that fake stuff. Either you cool or you ain't. You feel me?
Hey, why you looking for that? Hey, what's your opinion on I don't know if you know this. What is your opinion on Farad Muhammad of Nation of Islam?
I got all the history on Farad Muhammad right here, right in this stuff I'm scrolling. Matter of fact, I got the real picture of who Farad Muhammad is.
Wait, don't say it. You know, so you know he died in 92, right?
That's what Wardeen Muhammad say.
I mean, you know, because his name was Muhammad Abdullah.
Yeah, that's what Wardeen Muhammad say. You know, he looked just like him. I wouldn't doubt that. But I know you.
And a picture of Warith Dean Muhammad
I
Farad.
got them. I got them same picture. But I got some pictures that people ain't never seen.
Oh shoot. You got
While
him
he
here?
under another alias.
Is David something? He go by David?
That's another one, David Fordell. But hold up, I'm gonna share it with you because I'm right here in front of it right now.
Was that Farad?
Who, David Fordell?
Because
yeah, that was one of his aliases. See this is who the Farad really was. This is another one of his aliases. This was him with the Young Turks. Fawad Mehmed Bey. You know that word Bey really means master. So if you look at it, it's still like Fawad Muhammad Master. Master Fawad Muhammad. What I did, I created this years ago because I was comparing him to the Pashas, the Fawad Pashas of Egypt. I connected him there. And so when I seen this picture, I got this name. This brother was in Detroit here, by the way. The one that I'm showing you here in 1923, before he went with the Nation of Islam. So some say, pull up that old picture that you had. And I pulled this old picture up that I had with the mustache and compared it. I say, oh my God.
So
that's definitely that man.
What is he? What was he?
He was, I'm finna show you who he was.
Was he a Turk or like what?
He was Egypto-Turk. He had Egyptian and Turkish blood in it. See, this is him in Detroit right here. See that right there? That's him sitting right there in the center. That's 1923. See where they got the crescent over there and the flag over here? See how they got it same way they in. This is before he met Elijah Muhammad. Because he was moving around in the United States way before he met Elijah. So I got a lot of hold up, I'm gonna show you this right here. I'll go back to this one real quick. Because I got the whole get up right here on it. See, look at this. I blowed it up. The NOI, they can't deny it. Even the NOI know what time it is. Now look up here on this fireplace. That's Clara Muhammad, right? That's Elijah Muhammad. That's Fuad Muhammad right there again. Check this out.
Yeah, make that bigger, please. Wait.
See that there?
Yeah.
On play Judah Nazareth. You see that? That's him sitting up there in Detroit. This a crop out from the picture I showed you with him in Detroit, 1923. That's the same person. Now this is another picture of him. Right here, Fawad Mehmed Bey. Close up. That's their flag, the flag of the Young Turk. Guess what that flag say in Arabic?
What?
Freedom, justice, equality, Allah.
Wow.
So you go tell me, now look, this is also a picture of Fawad. Remember he was in Detroit when he was being questioned by the detectives?
Yeah.
That's him right there. That's the same flag, freedom, justice, equality, Allah right here. I just put them all together.
Wait, is that him in the center?
Yes, sir. That's him right there. That's his ancestors. He come through the Fuad, King Fuad of Egypt. He got a bloodline there and one that go into Azerbaijan in Turkey. That's where his mama come from, the Caucasus.
Wait. So Farad Muhammad was a white man? Like, or so-called white
man? Egypto-Turkish. He was Egypto-Turkish.
Well, I mean,
but his mama was a white woman though.
But so when I say we say Turkey, we mean like those people, the Turks are not exactly.
Yeah. I mean, the Turks, the ones today, they basically European. See him again there, Dr. Fuad. Telling you, bro, I don't play. That's his other alias he was going on, and they was in Detroit, bro. That's what gave him away. That's how I found it.
So, man, wait. I wish my brother Afro-Asiatic see this. He's
that's just like Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad and him. I got the ADEPT roll, bro. Where it tell you that they was attending the temple meeting. I got that right here. I'm gonna show it to you. Where's that? I always pull that out and show that to the family. Even the NOI can't deny it. We don't be playing with them, Judah.
Have you
When
spoken
I
to any
tell
of
you
them?
I got the receipts, I got the receipts, bro.
Have you
Watch
spoken to any
this.
of them about this or no?
Say that again.
Have you spoken to any NOI brothers about this? Or
Yeah.
no?
Yeah, in them same threads, you see me pictures. They all going, and you'll see the NOI coming in my thread, trying to go back and forth with me. This what me and Anu Shabazz fell out about. Look here. You don't see all this going back and forth. They talking about falsehood. We got the truth over here, bro. That's Elijah Muhammad right there, standing behind Noble Drew Ali. That's Farad right there. That's Elijah, bro. In
No
1928.
way.
In
Can you make that clear?
1928, bro. Right there at the convention. Now look at here. This is the dead giveaway, though. This, see what it says. Let me blow it up a little bit more. See what it says. Robert Poole Bay. That's Elijah. ADEPT.
Yes.
Paid $25. Claire Poole Bay. C. Poole Bay. John Poole Bay. James Poole Bay. David Ford L. Huh?
Wait, that's Farad, right? That's what
Yes,
I was asking.
sir. Yes, sir. And Sally Ali is the wife of Ugan
Muhammad
Ali.
Ali. Yeah,
You,
she said there's a picture with her in a video where she was like, there's a picture of her, Farad, and like her adopted daughter.
oh, talking
And
about Sally Ali?
yeah, where she gave him the birthday cake, and yeah, I don't know if you
See
saw
what I'm
this on
saying?
YouTube.
See what
Yeah,
I'm saying? See what I'm saying? And that was Ugan Ali wife, Master Farad Muhammad first representative, so to speak. But if you look at this, this was the temple that Lomax Bey was over. Lomax Bey fled to Turkey with Noble Drew Ali money. Charged Prophet Noble Drew Ali with embezzlement and stole the money and went to Turkey. That's Noble Drew Ali's signature right there. See the date on that? July the 3rd, 1928. Detroit, Michigan, Temple number 4. Guess what? Wardeen Muhammad was cleaning up Elijah Muhammad, his daddy's house. Guess what he found in his belongings, Judah?
Uh-oh. What?
The charter, the Temple number 4.
Wait, this is crazy, bro.
I got the conversation me and the brother had from the NOI that told me all this because his teacher was there. That's why Khalid Muhammad started saying that he was a Moor. That's why John Muhammad put the fez on his head and was talking Moorish stuff too, because they were talking about they were going to start teaching the teachings of Moorish Science again. Yeah. They gave it to, I asked him what they did with the charter. He said they gave it back to the Moors in Detroit. You know, but you can see there, right there. You see them right there with the fezes on.
Yeah.
Back during that time. You see that?
Yes.
That's when they was the Allah Temple of Islam. That's
Oh,
right.
wait, is that before NOI or?
Yeah, that's before they became known. You know, that was like 1929 up till 1935. Because Elijah told him to take the fez off in about 35.
Why did he do that? Why did he say that?
Because him and his brother Khalat fell out. Khalat Muhammad, which is standing right here in the center, you can't really see him that much. But right here, that's his brother Khalat. He was leading the Allah Temple of Islam. Okay. And he didn't like that Elijah Muhammad was teaching that Allah came in the person of Master Farad Muhammad. He said that Farad didn't teach that. So they were trying to kill Elijah Muhammad.
In 120 lessons, it just says Prophet Farad Muhammad. It doesn't say nothing.
Yeah, that's what it say on this newspaper, though. It say the same thing on that newspaper right there. It say Prophet Farad.
Yeah, yes.
You know, but yeah, his brother Khalat and his other brothers were trying to kill him. So he was on the run. And that's why he changed the name from Allah Temple of Islam to what he called the Lost Found Nation of Islam. Then it became the Muhammad Temple. See that there? See that? Farad Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad. Notice they standing right behind Noble Drew Ali, almost like they in succession.
No, wait a minute, but no, why is Farad here if he's not? We don't use the word black, but I'm just for to what I'm saying. Why is he around quote unquote black men?
You say why was he around?
Yeah, I mean, wasn't he a Turk?
He had been around the Prophet since 1913, since the Canaanite temple. That's where he knew the Prophet Noble Drew Ali from. It said that he challenged Noble Drew Ali, but he wasn't successful. and challenging him. They
On
tried.
what was the challenge? Like on what?
I guess he was challenging him on the knowledge. Then he started trying to push, I think, speak Arabic or something like that. But then we have a measure where, like I said, he came back later, and they already knew each other from that time, and that's why they said that Noble Drew Ali gave him, that particular authority as David Fordell to open up a temple. And it's also some measures in our oral statements of an Arab coming in because the Moors was trying to kill Prophet Noble Drew Ali, chasing him around the temple. Well, one Moor was, and this mysterious Arab came in there and said, "If you touch him, put one hand on him, I'll kill you all." And they said that was Master Farad Muhammad right there. That's what the old Moor said.
Whoa. Can you repeat that? Okay, so a Moor tried to kill Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah.
And the mysterious
Some people say it was Green Ale chasing him around there with that knife.
And Farad Muhammad came in and
they say an Arab came in, a brother from the East, came in. He was suited up, and he told them if they lay one hand on him, he would kill them all. And the elder Moor said that was Master Farad Muhammad.
So do you have any like I think Farad was
that's in our oral statements. It's in our hadiths.
Okay.
What I'm telling you, it's in the hadith book that I got over here.
So for the record, Farad is not a so-called black man.
Nah, he ain't black. He was always mixed.
Well, I mean, I know he's mixed, but I mean, does he have any? I must say, you know what I mean? Not. I'm talking like us. He's not a so-called Negro.
No, sir. Look at that. There it go, right there. This Farad real lineage right here. This is why he called himself Farad Muhammad. And he used the name Wali too, because Wali Muhammad Ali of Egypt was the founder of the Egyptian dynasty. But he was also the one who gave birth to Farad, which was, you go into the name Farad Muhammad Ali, that'll be the name of the founder of the Egyptian dynasty, and the name of this man that's in this picture, which is also right here. Prince Farad Pasha.
Let me get a pen. I need to write this down real quick.
You see that? Now look at them flags. See, that's the NOI flag, but that's the Egyptian version of the flag. But it say freedom, justice, equality, Allah. That's the motto of the Young Turks.
Okay, wait. Can you go back and said, wait. Oh, okay, wait. Yeah. Fuad. Hold on, you write this down.
Yeah.
Fuad.
And Muhammad Ali Pasha. That's the real lineage of where Farad Muhammad come from. That's why I say, hence, one of the aliases used by Master Farad Muhammad was Wali Farad Muhammad Ali. He was hinting at his true lineage. His flag is of his father's descent line. And then I got the pictures of Farad when he was a baby.
That looks like a so-called white man.
Yeah, that's how they look.
But now what? Well, I'm confused. I'm not confused, but I'm kind of confounded here for a second. Okay, we know that Elijah Muhammad did after Farad disappeared or left or whatever. We know that Elijah took control. Yeah. And some things changed. Like, there's no doubt about that. Some things changed in the doctrine.
Right.
Who came up? Would you know? Because you seem to be very knowledgeable about this. Who came up with the 120 lessons, Farad or Elijah Muhammad?
You say, the 120 lessons came from Elijah, basically. I mean, Farad gave him context of them, but Elijah was the one that was answering. He compiled them, so to speak. Now, Farad had somewhat he called the secret lessons, and it was certain little things that he had in there, but some of that stuff came from Elijah too.
So there's one doctrine, it'd be like the black man is God. And I know the cream of the civilization, the owner of the university, right? Did Elijah make that up, or did Farad? Because I'm thinking like, who? That's where I'm kind of like, wait a minute, like, if Farad was a Turk, and where did they get the black man is God doctrine from? Did it come from Elijah or Farad?
Well, that came from Elijah. That was Elijah's creation, saying Farad was God and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that came from Elijah. he said that he recognized Farad as being God in person. That's why Wardean Muhammad and his mama, when he got ready to leave the house, and he was arguing with his dad, and his mama say, "Baby, just say you believe." And he asked his mama, he said, "Did Farad tell you that?" And she said, "No." And he said, "He just left." You know what I mean? Did Farad tell you he was Allah? And his mama said, "No, he didn't teach that." You know what I mean? So Elijah taught that. You know what I mean? And I know what he was trying to say. When I read the teaching, what I see, what I get from it more than anything, I get that he was basically saying that he was a vessel. You know what I mean? In other words, he looked past the man. He looked at Allah as coming in the person, not in the sense of him really being Allah, but I read in the Theology Time where he say, "I love saying Allah taught me this and Allah taught me that." So that was just really a high state of monotheism that Elijah had, to where anything he read, he said Allah taught. You know what I mean? So he seen what was behind the veil as opposed to looking at that man, so to speak. It could have been anybody else and he would have said the same thing. You know what I mean? That's what always been my understanding of Allah in person.
I mean, I challenged Eric Muhammad from Temple 15 in where is he, Atlanta? You know what I'm talking about? Muhammad Temple 15, Eric Muhammad.
Right.
And I gave a presentation on Sonetter's channel, and I was going through the Supreme Wisdom lessons, whatever. And there was a lot of mistakes in there. Like Christopher Columbus never came to North America. He went to, but he never set foot in North America. But that's in their lessons.
Yeah, hold up. Hey, hold up. Yeah, Jay. A lot of them photos is from different eras. Some of them from like 1910, and the others like 1933, and the other ones at a different time period. That's why they all look different. I got another photo that'll really blow your mind. When they called him Dr. Allah.
Who?
Farad. Hold up real quick.
All right. James said, Jay said, I can agree that is definitely Elijah Muhammad in that photo with Noble Drew Ali. But the Farad character has a different expression in the photo from what I see him classically depicted as. Oh, I'm sorry. He bounced or he came back. Yeah. I know that Farad was really, really short. So I'm going to try to, Jay, I'm trying to check out, do research and see if that's because my brother, Afro Asiatic, he's going to say that's not him. He always denies it, but, and then Eric Muhammad from Temple 15. Wait, man, this is all interesting to me, man. This is crazy. Where did Commission go? He probably went to the bathroom or something. Let me see, Jay. Anyone talking or? Let's see. Oh, no one's saying nothing. Let me hit the light. Anybody there? Let me see. Anyone here? So they both pale and Judah, but they don't look the same to me. The expressions don't match. I'm just going off the vibe expression. I don't know. I'm just being true to what I see. You know what? I was trying to see. I thought maybe because that mustache, like when Commission showed the dude with the mustache, then I always see Farad with he always clean shaven. So it's kind of hard, That's why I'm gonna look for myself too. Commission, you're muted, brother. You're muted. That looks like Farad right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to show him. Like these different shots in different times. A lot of this was careful research and careful, vetting, so to speak, with this information. What gave it away though was the name Fuad Mehmed Bey. Fuad Mehmed Bey is the name that I traced, and it took me back to Turkey, to the Turkish picture. Now, I already had the mustache on the pic, and And I was like, let me put a mustache on the original Farad, but I forgot that I already had the pic because I was comparing it to the Farad dynasty, the ones that I just showed you. And then when I like right here, I was already comparing this. So I had already took that other picture, the NOI have when he be reading the book, and I had put that on there. Then later, when I found the other picture I showed you, because I took the mustache from here. I took this mustache off of Fawad Pasha here. You know who is Fawad's ancestor, basically. That's the lineage he come from.
Okay.
That's him as a young seed right there.
Okay.
All come from finding the under the alias Wali Fawad Muhammad Ali. That's how I was able to find all this information. Go ahead, bro.
Wish I could turn my camera, but I'm looking. So I typed in Dr. Fuad Bey.
That's right.
And
did you say Fawad Mehmed Bey?
Well, you tell me if I'm looking at the right. Is this the right person? I don't know if you could see.
No, that's a different person right there.
Okay. Okay, because that says Met.
I got that picture in my archive, but that ain't the same person.
Okay.
Wait, I missed the picture. Wait, Jake, you put that. What picture did you show?
So this guy is from Turkey, Istanbul. Mehmet Fuat Umey, apparently, and that just what came up when I typed in Dr. Fuad Bey.
Yeah. But I got that in my archives as well. I actually got him in the pictures next to one because I was trying to compare him to another picture that a lot of people never seen before. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's totally a different person. I'm gonna show you the pictures I just showed you to Nazareth a few minutes
Where'd you
ago.
get that? Where'd you get
You
that?
see this right here? You see this, bro?
Okay. That looks more like him. Hold on. Go to the left. Go to the left.
I'm finna. I just want to point it out to you. This is Claire right here. That's Elijah. That's Fawad, right? That's a picture you ain't never seen of it. Now watch this. That's him right there in Detroit.
That looks like him. That does look like him.
That's the picture of him in Detroit right there. And I'm gonna show you the big picture. That's a crop out. That's the same person. This is another picture of the same person, but close up. I just put his flag up there in there because that's the flag. It's the same person that's actually also here when he was young in 1910. He was with the Young Turks, bro.
Okay.
This is why I told you I put the mustache on here.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see.
I put that mustache on there off the other brother. But yeah. I had this and forgot it. But when I looked up the name Fawad Mehmed Bey, it brought me here. And then I put the picture beside it. I was like, oh my God. You know, I had already did this picture. So when I compared it, I was like, that's retarded. That's crazy. That's that man. Look at his nose, bro. Look at his eye. Look at the cleft under his lip. Look at the cleft under. Look at his jaw. Look at it. Look at his ear right here. Look at it. Same little fade, temple fade. He like that temp fade. That's him. Look at his hand.
The ear gives it away because the
ear give it all the way away. Yeah. The ear give it all the way away. But that's the man. Now, when you come here, this is a straight up view of him. All of these represented him at different ages, though. You got to remember, this is when he was younger. This is 1910. This is 1923 right here, bro. In Detroit, Michigan. You see what I'm saying? Now I'm finna show you the Detroit picture I'm talking about. Matter of fact, it's right here. See that there? Now look at him. Goodness gracious. Look at this, bro. See the flag, how he flying the flag over here? Now look over there. He got the American flag. That's where I cropped that from. He's sitting in the center right here. Look at the year what it says down here. 1923. That's before he met Elijah Muhammad, bro. Who else do you think in Detroit by the name of Fawad Mehmed Bey with that crescent flag and that flag with people following him during that time? In Detroit, Michigan now. Who else would that be, bro? Fawad Mehmed Bey. Word Fawad Muhammad. Mehmed is Muhammad. Bey mean master.
But why was he so
That's just
interested?
another alias, bro. Huh?
But why was he so interested in being around? I'm gonna just say blacks, like the Moorish Science. Why was he so interested in being around?
Because that's where he was trying to get his following from. He was trying to get a big following among them people. This is another picture of Farad. Remember, they got a newspaper picture of him here. I got the picture here in black and white. This is just a brother with a fez on right here. This ain't the same brother. I was showing the fez is similar to, but that's him in color, the Fuad Mehmed Bey. This is him here. See, they call him Dr. Fuad Bey. Look what it said. Deputy of the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. It says Secretary General of the Children's Protective Society of Angora has come to the United States to make a study of social welfare organizations to promote the interests of America in the new Turkey. Huh? I'm telling you, bro. Who else got that type of following, bro, in Detroit, having the same name, Fuad Mehmed? And not only that, what really give it away, the Young Turks flag, bro, like I was just telling the brother, it say freedom, justice, equality, and Allah on it, bro, when you translate it. That's
Judah,
Judah,
what you think, Judah?
Even the NOI don't push back on me on this, bro. They just say that like Nur Muhammad. Me and Nur Muhammad had a conversation about this. And he didn't push back on me.
The Iranian brother, right?
Nur Muhammad?
Yeah, I think it's like his mom's.
Yeah, I think Nur Muhammad do got some Iranian in him.
Iranian, yeah.
Yeah, I think he is mixed. I think he did say his daddy from over there. But yeah, he didn't get no pushback. He was just saying we need to find what we can unite on. You know.
And let me ask you a question too. You do know that Elijah Muhammad was real tight with the Japanese war general. You knew
of
that,
course
right?
he was.
Now, have you ever heard Elijah Muhammad talk? Don't he kind of look and talk a little like, that brother might have been like my wife Japanese, and
yes,
I know what you're trying to say, yeah.
I mean,
yes, sir. He do. You see this here? This Farad when he was in his youth, that ear, look at that ear. That ear stay the same, but look at the eyebrow.
That's him with them ears.
Them ears is giving him away every time, bro. Look at that ear. He older now on this one here. Look at them eyelashes. Same thing. But the thing is, look at that ring. That's the flag. Freedom, justice, equality, Allah, bro. That's where they get the freedom, justice, equality, Islam from. That's the Young Turks flag, bro. Facts. I'm telling you, I don't be playing when I be getting that off into this stuff, man. When I tell you I got receipts. Just like I got Kirkman Bay behind. Out here with that Masonic fez on. See what I'm saying? You a whole shrine out here. You know what I mean? Brother Commission be bringing stuff to the yard that a lot of these ones don't be having. I got receipts upon receipts. Some stuff I ain't even released yet because they abuse the other stuff that I put out there. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you, bro, I ain't going to give you no bull jive. Like I said, the NOI can't even run from the fact that Elijah was right here. We got his name on the membership roll. You can't even deny that that's him standing behind Prophet Noble Drew Ali right there. Look at that, bro. Come on. You know that's Elijah Muhammad. You can tell by his posture that's him. You can tell, you can look at him. It's just so far back, it's hard to bring it, up close.
Yeah.
That's that man. And that's Farad Muhammad right there standing in front of it.
And that was in Detroit?
That was in Chicago. Yeah, they was at the convention, 1928. They was at the convention. That's when they were trying to get their little follower. I got a lesson over here from the 1930s, bro, where Farad said, Noble Drew Ali gone, Marcus Garvey gone. We got him to ourselves now. You know what I mean? So most of the early followers of Farad them came from the UNIA and the Moorish Science Temple. That's why they had so much membership. See, I got a rap picture of Noble Drew Ali there doing a Shakespearean drama. I got a picture of Noble Drew Ali in the car with Marcus Garvey. because he went down there, and I got the original actual postcard and the letter where he wrote his wife and told her he was going to see Marcus Garvey. I got jewels over here, family. You know what I mean? I don't be playing. I don't be playing. And I put all this stuff out here to the public, but I hate it that I did it, because some of this stuff they be trying to use, in a negative way. Some people take the information you put out here to teach the people, and they want to go to trying to tear something up. You know what I mean? That's just like they were trying to lie about the symbols. I'm the one that found the original symbols and everything that we have. All online, bro. That's another picture of Farad too, right there. You see he got that flag up there? Flying it over there in the first quarter. Then he got the American flag over there. That's just how they flew it. What other group do you know, bro, in America with somebody named Farad Mehmed Bey? Come on, man. Yeah, so.
Hey, I know Elijah Muhammad said I know he quit the lodge, but he said he reached the Shriner degree.
Yeah, I got that on here.
Yeah,
he said he went through there. He said that's why he said Europeans can get their masonry back. He said get a masonry back to the European is what he said.
Yes, I also have a newspaper about him, 1935, where he was like, he was saying like you had to pay a fee in masonry and this, that, and the other. And,
I got the book over here. Hold up, let me put it out.
There's one quote, he was like, the black man's place is the Temple of Solomon, which I'm an Israelite, so I was like, what? Like, which they NOI does teach they're Israelites. I give them that, but I'm still confused as to why a Turkish dude would want to be around. He like never stopped being around so-called black people. He never stopped being around us after all this.
No.
He was around Muhammad Ali's wife. There's a video of her and Farad, her giving him a birthday cake. He's around Warith Dean.
Oh, yeah.
And I know he died in 1992, but he went back to Orthodox Islam.
You see that? Look at him. This Elijah Muhammad book right here.
It's going in and out.
Yeah, it says basically the secrets of Freemasonry. Yeah, this Elijah Muhammad wrote this, and he talking about what you talking about masonry and the European masonry ain't, how he taught on the feds, and it's Elijah Muhammad, Secrets of Western the Secrets of Freemasonry, and the Masons sell this book. You can get this book from Lauderers.
Okay. I mean, does he go into like I don't know if you guys know this, but like so
he say he won't go into their secrets.
And I know
so he still stayed true to his oath. He wouldn't go into the secrets. He said that in here.
Have you heard of the book called the Scottish Rite Illustrated Volumes 1 and 2?
I got the whole magnum opus over here, man.
Okay, because when you go through
I got all the degrees over here.
How it was like 1 degree, then maybe 3.
I got all of them degrees over here. Magnum opus. Written by Albert Pike. Yeah, that's like it's all 33. Then I got the one down there in the bottom. I got all that garbage. You know what I mean?
They were making up degrees as they went along.
He wasn't even a Mason when he wrote this. And they accepted it though, just like Manly P. Hall. A lot of Manly P. Hall books, he wasn't a Mason when he wrote it. The Secrets of Freemasonry. I got Duncan's Ritual over here. I got all that. I had this stuff for years, man. My whole shelf over here, man, is retarded. But some of this stuff, like I say, I had it for years. I got Blavatsky stuff up here.
Oh, jeez.
Isis Unveiled. Both of the volumes of that.
Some brothers love them.
That witch. That's what she is, a witch.
Her, yeah, all them, Aleister Crowley, all them fool, yeah, they're all devils.
Yeah, and they Indologists. They didn't do nothing but steal the knowledge from the people in India, you know,
Yep.
and then try to claim it as their own. But yeah, man, Farad Muhammad definitely got Indo-Turkish roots in his blood. His mama from Azerbaijan, you know, she's Azerbaijanian, and she's from up there in the Turkish region, the Caucasus Mountains. And she actually also has a flag similar to the flag, you know, that he flew. But his flag really comes from the Turks, you know, the Egyptian Ottoman Empire. Even though they say he came from Saudi Arabia.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? But he really was Egyptian born. He came by the way of Saudi Arabia. They didn't say he was born in Saudi Arabia. He came to America from Saudi Arabia.
You ever see that one? He's a brother, but he looks like a white guy. He was in Nation of Islam, and he was like
Paul Guthrie.
Yes, Paul Guthrie. You
Paul
see that?
Guthrie commended me on my website on one of my things one time because I was speaking on Farad. He said I'm one of the only brothers that ever spoke that history, showing certain connections similar to the stuff he be talking about. Years ago, Paul Guthrie told me that, reached out to me on my webcast.
When he hit up Lord Jamar from Brand Nubian,
I heard that. I sat there and listened to the whole thing.
And then Wesley Muhammad didn't like that.
Wesley Muhammad wouldn't run up in there. He ain't run up in the rain though.
Well, Wesley
he was ready. He wanted all the smoke. How he was talking.
No, but Wesley said he was down to debate, and Guthrie kind of pulled back. I mean, maybe he just.
I know he was saying he could call in. Wesley didn't call into that call. I think Wesley came after and did a recap like he was ready, but Paul Guthrie wanted to smoke right then.
Yeah,
you heard him.
Yeah, I heard him.
Yeah, he was like, get him up in here. I want to debate him. But even Wesley came back and didn't deny what Paul Guthrie said, though. He actually said he accept, that Farad could have Indic roots. I mean, all you got to do is look at some of the doctrine he taught.
Yeah,
I can tell you that by some of the stuff that I got. I think Farad had a lot of Baha teachings, though.
Oh, okay.
I think he taught a lot of Baha teachings because they talk about Shabazz. They talk about, all that stuff, mixing that Indiology in there. They got all that there with them time frames and all that. Don't nobody calculate time like that in them figures but India.
Wait,
they be talking about 66 trillion years and all that right there.
Yeah.
I ain't talking about regular cycle, 25,000. That's all over the place. Yeah. That's in Egypt, the Mayans, all of them do 26, 24, 25.
What's the great
I'm talking about when you talk about 6 trillion years and 66 trillion, 72 trillion. Only people that calculate numbers like that is people in India. And in India, in their Yuga cycles, they got 311 trillion years in their cycle. More than the Nation of Islam. You know how long ago that was?
Right. Yeah, that's
but if you go into the way they break it down, they dealing with 360,000 years in the time frame. And if you go into dealing with the real measures, and I put our Mara Yuga cycle together, and I based it off biblical and Quranic time, because it said a day with Yahweh, as if it were 1,000 years. So if you say, 1,000 years represent a day, 7 days, that's 7,000 years according to Yahweh. You know what I mean? But when you go into the math and you break everything down and you multiply that same time frame by 52 weeks, then you get 364,000 years, basically, if the time is looked at like that. And so when you get in that frame, that's that Hindu time right there. That's that Sumerian time. And when you go to multiply them 360 cycles, that's how you get all the way up into the trillion area. See what I'm saying?
So they do the gray year, which because it's based upon the number 9, right?
The Yuga cycle.
Yeah,
the great year. That's right. Kali cycle, Kali Yuga cycle.
But it's actually like not necessarily like a false thing, because if you add up if you get the 12 months with 30 days with 72 years for each degree for the 30 days in each house,
it coincides with the Enochian calendar.
25,920 makes 18. Yeah, 9.
Yes, sir. Enoch calendar coincide with that calendar. Cause Egypt got the same one. And the Cushites. See, this is the one I did right here. Can you see my screen? Oh, I got the shade. Yeah, because I had put this together because I got tired of arguing with these people telling them that I don't deal with no Gregorian calendar. They think I just be talking when I say that right now. See, this is the Mari Yuga cycle, and I based it off what I call the cycle of the luminaries. Because you know the word, when they say let there be light in Hebrew, it used the word Maori. See, a lot of people don't know that, Maori. They use that in the Hebrew language, let there be light. And so if this word Maori existed during that time, that's why I went back to the Demari, which means the Moorish god or the Yuga cycle of the luminaries. And so I went into showing them about the 311 trillion year cycle, Zeptepi, which means when time began, or when time never was, and all that there. Then I went into the Adi Yuga cycle. I added that, just giving a description. And then that's when I went into one day of God. Basically, in the Quran and the Bible, they say 1,000 earth years. Then one day of spiritual ascension, it says that it takes for an angel and a spirit to ascend to the heavens. They say it will be like 50,000 earth years. That's one day in ascension for an angel. But to an angel, it's really in the blink of an eye. But to us, humans, that's how long it would take in us trying to comprehend that. Them traveling back that far in time. So 1 week, again, that's 7,000 years. Time 52 weeks, again, that's 364,000, just like I told you.
And,
you know,
and
7 days of angelic ascension is 50,000 times 364 earth days. That's 18,200,000 earth years if you're dealing with God's time. You feel me?
yeah,
If you were to, that's just building off God time.
that 364 actually is our if you go look at Dead Sea Scrolls, which are our oldest Israelite writings, we actually went by a solar lunar calendar, and 364
right.
was our solar base, and
That's
354
right.
was our lunar base. And every 10 years,
if you look behind that, Judah, you see that right there? That's the Enochian calendar right there with the 364 days. I put that in there for that purpose.
Yeah.
You see it with the 12 tribes, 12 disciples. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
so I was also. Go ahead.
I was saying that's our original calendar. So it goes. So it's 364 solar days, 354 lunar days, and to catch up, every 3 years, an extra lunar month of 30 days equals 91 days or a quarter.
That's right.
So it's 31, 30, and 30 with 52 weeks of 7, which is your solar, like what you have there. That's our original calendar in Israel.
Right. And see, this I just came off of just doing the math or calculating the numbers that was given in the scripture. But I put that there to show the relation to it, like you said. This I had created years ago. I was showing the cycle ages, because also people don't know in the Quranic dictionary, it talk about 17,000 year Adamic cycles of evolution where man began to grow and change as far as dealing with his consciousness. So they say they're like 17,000 year periods, but then they say 100 year, cycles are the cycles of great reformers, meaning every 100 years, a great reformer come on to manifest. Then you got the 700 year cycles, which represent the cycle of rise and the fall of nations. You see what I'm saying? But if you multiply 700 times 3, then that becomes 2100. And that's dealing with what I call cycle age of preparation. That 2100 times 12 is 25,200. You round that off, that's 25,000 years. And that's the age of fulfillment of what you would call a great year. The universal year comes in the 50,000 year cycle, which deal with the age of perfected man, which would be 2 great years. And then you have the 100,000 year cycle, which we refer to as the cycle of circumnavigation, the time that it takes the truth to travel all the way around the earth, because we circumnavigated the globe over 100,000 years ago. So, man, I got our own calendar and everything, and I show it's based off of the Cushites, of ancient Kemet. It's all tied in there, bro. You know what I mean? And it's simple. You can't even fit what Gregorian calendar can't even fit in our calendar. They ain't even had no great year yet. Because they say they thing started 6,000 years ago. So they ain't had no 25,000 year cycle yet. Not under the Gregorian calendar they did. Go ahead, Judah.
I was gonna say, man, one day you should like come through, man. Like not to a debate or whatever. You're like we're different. We're not like them brothers in the street you see yelling or whatever. We
Yeah, I
don't
know.
do that. And they get mad at us because we don't do that, because we're more into like the science, mathematics, and geometry. You know what I'm saying? We be getting into psychology, science, all that stuff or whatever. So like, we're different. And a lot of Jewish rabbis, Masons, people they watch us.
Yeah.
And they'll contact me like, "Yo, man, like we watch, we see you." You know what I'm saying? Like, they take my videos and they, Chris Harris actually got my main channel taken down.
Right.
Because people were they were like, "Yo, this channel was classic. We ain't never heard nothing like this before." Chris got jealous, got it taken down. Like, so that comes with the territory, man. When you
yeah, when you're out here doing it, yeah, you gonna have that. You're all edified about it. I like Jay, man. Jay, he be looking as we be talking. He be googling. I like that. One thing you gonna learn though about me, Jay. Everything I say come from the root wisdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I make sure that. So when you research what I say, it's gonna take you right to what I'm talking about. It's gonna take you right there, and that's why I tell people. They be like, "Where the source at?" The source is in the information I'm giving. I'm giving you the exact root of the information. When you Google it, it's gonna pop right up.
Yeah.
And I do that.
It did. And that's true. Because when I did Google it, bro, like 3 times, I'm looking at exactly what he posted. Does he think he posted something secret? But it really went directly to what you were showing.
Yeah.
So that's facts.
Yeah, that's why. And I make sure, like I said, I got that from a 5%, brother. Show and prove, bro. Anything I say, I'm gonna be able to show you, the receipt on it. You know what I mean? I got like hundreds of receipts just proving the name Mari alone, bro. And that's because so many people were hard-headed. I could have stopped at 1 or 2. They didn't want to just accept the fact that the name Mar go all the way back to Amun Ra. So now I got to go ahead and whoop you with all these sources I got. About 500 sources. My computer bogged down so bad I got so much information over here, brother.
Yeah.
You hear me? I'm talking about, I got 2 terabytes, gone like it ain't nothing. I got whole other drives I have to keep my computer.
I hear you.
So I got it in there. I got so much information it's hid from me on here. And it's really all to bring us together, really, just dealing with the unity in and of itself. Like I got the history that tell you about the Canaanites, just how Nova Drew Ali taught it. Right here. I just put that out, and I use my Facebook page, for teaching. If you go in and you see I ain't got no more pictures in there, bro. I ain't doing nothing but teaching in there. And that's how I've been doing it. I ain't never been put in Facebook jail or none of that neither. I don't know what that looked like. And I be going in, bro. You feel me? So yeah, I even showed the origin of the name Allah, where they got that from in Arabic. I showed it in the Demotic language.
Where it come from?
It actually, a lot of that stuff that the Muslims got, they got it from Ptah. They got it from the Temple of Ptah, man. Even from the prostrations and everything, bro. Look, watch this. Watch this. You see that? You see my screen, right?
Yep.
You see this symbol here? Now, what they did, the Arabs took from they took from the Demotic language. Demotic language already looked like Arabic without the diacritical marks on it. But they took this symbol right here, the same symbol, and they made it into the glyph for the name Allah. But here in the Temple of Ptah, see the 2 pillars here on the side here? That's Ptah supposed to be in the symbol. That's the symbol of Allah right there. Right there, bro. See, that's the A. That's the L. It look like they got the little, Sakun up there.
Yeah.
And the shout out, so to speak, that carry it 2 ways, and there it go. So what I also showed them is that when you go into Egypt, though, where this thing come from, because see, that's Ea. See the I-A-H right there? Ea is where the name Yah comes from. That's also where the name Ah comes from. You see what I'm saying? So Ea, Ah, and Yah, and La, and Allah is all referred to this. This is why you have people putting this up in Allah is a moon deity. That's what they be hollering, right? But they fail to realize this is the name, that goes back to the root word of Yah, Allah. It's all there. And it comes straight out of the Mahdi. And if you look it up, where you see Waj, that's basically coming from the Egyptian word Wajet, which is the Heru. The word Waj actually means the inner self, the inner being. It also means the face of Allah in Arabic. So that word Wajet in Egyptian, that means Eye of Ra, it gave birth to this Arabic word, which is Waj Allah, which means the face of Allah. The omnipresence of God and man is what it's really talking about. So you see, if you understand etymology, you can uncover that stuff easy. You feel me? It ain't hard at all. At least not for me, it ain't hard. I even showed here another measure dealing with the name Allah. Because the letter R is interchangeable with the letter L in the Egyptian language. So if you place the name there where it says Ra, it becomes La. So Ah being a symbol of the hand, and Ra is in the hand, right? That's the eye of Ra in his hand. Same picture, but a different expression of ear again. So that's Ah in the arm and La, which they say Ara. You can hear Ra, Ra. The L is present. So there it is right there. La. Telling you, man, it's crazy how etymology alone, you can trace all this stuff right here, right back to the source. But that's because I be digging. Like we up right now, bro. I be in these books around this time in the morning. My wife have to come get me and make me come to bed. But yeah, it's crazy, man. I got so much stuff in here, it's retarded.
You definitely gotta come through, brother, and see what what temple Israelites be dealing with, man. We deal with and like you said, the inward man and all that. That's basically what we deal with. We're not the most popular, Israelite group. That's because most people don't even understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, you esoteric, brother.
Yeah, they don't understand.
You into the esoterics, and see, I don't even be getting out there like that right there, bro. But I'm deep in the esoterics. I can give you some books on esoterics that'll blow your mind.
Are you sure, brother? Because I haven't met a book yet that's deeper than this.
I got a lot of them you probably don't have.
Brother, this is the Torah, brother. This is the.
That is, but I'm talking about some that'll help you.
I'm a master, brother.
Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. When I say help you, I mean help expand your information. You need to get thinking in destiny, my brother.
Brother, I'm a master. I'm probably older than you, brother. You know that, right?
Yeah, you probably a few years old. I'm 43.
I'm about to be 47, brother. I've been
you ain't that older than me. But no, what it is, but bro, get thinking in destiny. You'll love it. Because it breaks down the doer, the thinking, the knower. It talks about masonry, and the tools and all that right there. I know you be talking to the Masons. But get Storehouse Unlocked. Get God, Man, the Word Made Flesh, bro. You got to get them. If you're going to be dealing with the biblical, you got to get them esoteric sources right there. You got to get Storehouse Unlocked. Esoteric Masonry.
Oh, they're Masons, brother.
I ain't talking about this is stuff that ain't Masonry. It ain't Masons. It's people that's basically outside of Masonry. They doctors showing the Masons that they don't know their stuff, basically. Okay. They letting them know they don't know what real Masonry is, basically. The books that I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's not promoting Masonry. It's letting it be known.
Do you know what you're looking at? I mean, do you know what you're looking at? But you know what? Can you see what it is, though?
That's the temple.
I know, but but look at it though. I know you're looking at it, but
that's the body of it. That's the body of man in all actuality.
Right. So it'd be like the head, right?
Yeah. But see, that's what made them master builders. That's just like Karnak.
Well, but no, but look. You see like the head, the
Yep.
torso, the arms, the
Yep. I
abdomen.
got that.
But if you look, it's like the forehead,
Yep.
the eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth.
All that.
And it's dealing with like the the inward man. You also had a picture up. I don't know if you had a picture up that was similar to this. Right? It's the solar lunar man, right? You can see he's like half asleep, half, like half, he's reflected. The moon is a reflection, because water, the moon, reflection, whatever, contemplation. That's the Torah is wisdom. So we deal with a lot of like, inward science. And I see what you're saying though, but a lot of those, you said something that was very true. And I think right now there's like a wave of consciousness just going on amongst our people. Not everybody is catching the wave, but a lot of us that are in tune with the frequency are catching the wave. And it seems like the people that are running the running things, they seem to be going down. Remember they were being innovative and they ingenuity, but look at them now. They're like kind of wayward. They're into perversion. You know what I'm saying? And their intellect just went down. So our people right now are not all of us, but there's a few of us right now that are like rising up in the spirit. You know what I'm saying? And
oh yeah.
So
that's free from the spell.
Yeah.
Because those who don't see consciousness now, they under a spell, my brother.
Facts.
See, when you hear Tara, you can hear Torah if you have the proper insight, so to speak. You know what I mean? And that's powerful in and of itself. But like, the inward man, I gotta measure, as well, dealing with the temple in man. That it shows the temple of the halls of Luxor, and it shows the whole body of man. That's what made our ancestors master builders.
Wait, the temple of Luxor, I had that structure. It's not exactly made in like that. Like
yes,
it has like
it
the
is.
Osiris.
Yes, it is. I'm gonna show it to you real quick.
All right.
Here it is right here. I got a couple of these pictures too. Well, this one right here, I just went straight to the well. You see this? Let me share it real quick with you. Yeah. I'm gonna be going live a couple of more times. Trying to do it a little bit more often, man. I think we had a real good build tonight, just sharing the knowledge, and a lot of people love it. But you see that right there, Judah? Hold up, I gotta share this thing. I be thinking I be sharing and don't be sharing that. There we go, right there. You see it?
Yeah, but that's kind of like a superimposed thingy.
Well, what it is though, you got to think about it because of what they call it. The Holy of Holies is up here. That's why it makes it all the more better, because the Holy Holy is right up here where the head should be. So esoterically, it is there. You know what I mean? In all of the temples, not only that, but the words of the Creator. Like you see, this is on the bone structure here. But like the words of the Creator dealing with his name, Brother Judah. It ain't strange that in all these beliefs, I'm talking about from the name Allah, I ain't talking about with the arm, leg, arm, head thing. I'm talking about with the name Allah itself, you can actually make it into a man. The name of Yahuwah, or Yahweh, you can make it into a man. The name of Om in the Hindu culture, it forms the shape of a man. Why is it that every name that is of the high nature of the supreme being able to be formed in the shape of the man? Make you understand when it say in the beginning was the word was with God, and the word was God. It makes you understand that when you see what the pentagrammaton is, the tetragrammaton. Yeah, I see you.
I have the Luxor, but it's like the Temple of Ptah, the Temple of Amun, Temple of Ramesses III.
Yeah, they got a couple of them built but that's the thing is the most of them they built. That's what made our ancestors in every aspect master builders. But that's where a lot of the Hebrew brothers got it from. When they went into Kemet, they used that same methodology and created their own style of building.
Well, it says Abraham went into Egypt and taught mathematics and astronomy to the Egyptians.
I wouldn't doubt that.
When I beat up Jabari, I had two sources.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that, but I know they said that they really say that Tahuti was the one who taught, you know, and then they say the sister Seshat, which was his wife, she taught the numbers. Tahuti taught the letters, you know, Enoch basically is what they say. Even in the book of Enoch, if you compare that to the book, and I really want to write a book comparing the Emerald Tablets to the book of Enoch, bro.
Do you think that's real? The Emerald Tablets?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because it's the same stuff in the book of Enoch, just worded in a different way. Talking about the watchers, the seven spirits, the journey through the heavens. You know, it's saying the same thing. And it don't surprise me because they say Enoch is Tahuti. But it's just being worded different ways because one coming through a Kemetic source and the other coming through a Hebraic source. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I got the book of Enoch over here in Coptic and Greek. I don't know why they try to distinguish the two, because really there ain't no such thing to me as Greek language, bro. I don't agree with it. Greek, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why, because what they call in Greek, Coptic already was. Old Nubian already was.
Yes.
They just superimposed themselves into the language and claimed it as theirs. And called
it. I understand.
You know what I mean? And I got breakdowns on that right there and prove that garbage.
And they don't even.
Let's ask this question. This is how you debunk it. They say, for example, right? Coptic is the last stage before the Arabic came, right? This is what they try to say when it comes to the Egyptian, right?
Well, script.
That's what I'm saying, script-wise. Yeah. They say Coptic was the last stage. Before that, Demotic. Before that, Hieratic, right? So if that's the case, then how in the heck you going to say that the Greek language came before the Coptic?
Oh, I know what you're saying. You're right.
You see what I'm saying? You already giving yourself away.
Oh, so you know what I mean? So basically the Greeks, oh, yeah. I know a little bit of Greek.
See what I'm saying? You see how easy that is?
Yeah, yeah.
And not only that, bro, but then the people they call in Greek is different from the original people that was in that area, because you had what you call the original Kiftihu. See, people don't even know who the Kiftihu is. They don't know who the Etruscans are. The Etruscans are the original inhabitants of Greece, bro, and they black in the flesh form. You know, I'm talking about black according to the flesh, not nationality. But they dark is I don't know what, bro. And they're Eurocentric over, and the Europeans that is around them is serving them when I look at them in the pottery. You see what I'm saying?
We brought that up today on my channel today. I don't know if you know this. We had this one high priest called Oneness, and his son had built a temple in Egypt. What they would call
I know who you talking about.
That's right. His little brother tried to shaft him out of his high priesthood position, and he went into with the Spartans. So there's a brother named Ramel on my channel. He's like half Greek, half Israelite. He's so-called Negro, bro, right? But he's very, very proud of his Greek side. And I was like, there were like quote unquote black Spartans, Israelites, and he was like, that's not true. So I went and pulled it up, and sure enough, all the old pottery had brothers, like Spartans. They were brothers. Not all. I ain't saying like the movie 300. That's a lie. Like,
let me show you something real quick. 'Cause I got a whole video that I done did on this stuff here. What we talking about right now? Watch this, and you get a chance, you can check it out. It's called Stolen Legacy. But this is, you see this here I'm sharing?
The Kiftu, yeah.
Now the Kiftihu, I'm gonna show you something in linguistics what people don't know, what they ain't getting. You know the P is interchangeable with the letter F, right?
Yes.
And if you look at this here, that P brings into the Copti.
Yeah, I see it.
You see? But look at the way that they look. Now this is the Kiftihu. Look at the hairstyle.
Yes.
See how you got the little dread style? Then you see the look over here that they have with that little pointed beard?
Yes.
Now watch this. Because I got a whole breakdown. These are your people that was in Carthage and all that, your Phoenician bloodline coming with Hannibal.
Yeah, Hannibal.
See Hannibal?
Yeah.
Now look at actual pictures of these people. The Kiftu, he got a dashiki on. Look at this. This is what you were just describing, the Spartans.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Now watch this. This is the one with the pointed beard. That's 700 BD. I mean BC, pardon self. That's Etruscan head, right?
Yep.
Now look at the head. Remember I was showing you the locks earlier?
Yes.
This is a picture of one here. That's another Etruscan, 600 BC. Notice this is all before the Ptolemies now.
Yes.
Now watch as we go into time. Even in 500 BC, look at the look. You can see that these were definitely the people that fathered the Italians. You see that? Even in Rome.
Oh,
you
yeah.
Notice,
What's his name?
Septimus
you know that one?
Severus.
Yeah, that was a brother.
Yes, sir. That's right. That's who actually helped populate that area over there.
Where? Didn't he rule? Didn't he rule Rome and Britain?
That's what I'm telling you. That's who sold his oats all over the place, basically. Yeah, he had some escapades. But you see this sister right here, that's from that's 100 AD. And they still had strong features of our people over there. That's after the descent. That's after the time Ptolemy had came around. Look at that. That's another Roman. Hold up. I'm talking about, bro, like it goes on and on and on.
Oh, yeah.
This is all in Greece now, in Rome. And, this is all over there. So when you talk about the real people that inhabited Greece, they got to put some respect on our name, brother.
Yeah, I know.
You feel me? These are the same ones that was mingled here with the Phoenician and all that there. That's why the language that they call Koine Greek is really Phoenician. Let's make it make sense now. I'm telling you, bro. So I did a whole breakdown on this here. And I be on it, bro. I definitely be on it. You get a chance, check my channel out and just check out some of the things we've been dealing with. We in the Heretic area now. We did the demotic. When we get done with the Heretic, we're gonna go into really dealing with the metaphysics of the pictorial script, because them really represent formulas. They're not meant to be understood as a language. You can actually crack formulas that'll help you heal yourself. You know what I mean? Mathematical formulas is what's hidden behind those symbols. But that's a whole nother lesson and measure in and of itself. I want to give honors to them brothers that been steadfast right here on here with us, though, Judah. It's 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. And our family here tuned in, man.
You better go to bed, brother. I'm about to get off of here. My wife just
I'm finna get off too. I'm finna lay down.
It's 5:30 here in Tokyo in the afternoon. Look at y'all. It's still daylight. It's hot.
Yeah, man. I'm finna lay it down, man. But right, Judah, brother. Man, I give honors to you, brother. Now we got a chance to sit down. But I already knew that we had more in common than division than anything.
Yeah.
That's why I was just trying to let you see. We on one accord, bro. We got different pathways that we come, but we moving in the same area. We need to be putting this information together like we doing now and building up. See what I'm saying?
There's more brothers too that they especially the Nation of Islam thing, they might be a little like, but it's something I think they should probably listen to.
I got a good NOI brother, man. I don't know if you know Elamine. See, I call that my Moorish NOI brother there. We got one on here. You can look at our little show we did, the hand class. He loved Prophet Nova Drew Ali, but he can't reach them NOI brothers because they can't see the unity that he's trying to bring. Elamine wear the white fez with the crescent on it and the red tassel. You know what I mean? Yeah, I told him
before.
And then he got the little flags on the side, But yeah, he a good brother, man. I'm gonna have to get up with him. He a soldier. He loved that FOI, but he criticizing and he critiquing. Me and him used to go tooth and nail though, bro. I got a video on there. You will see us going at each other because he felt like I was talking about Farrakhan. He still was honoring Nova Drew Ali, but I exposed that Farrakhan was a Mason. And at that time, that was too much for our brother. And
wait, what?
Yeah, he in full. I got Farrakhan in full-fledged regalia, bro. 96 right. You want to see it?
No, brother, because I'm like disappointed already. That brother said our people are cursed because our hair don't match our eyebrows. And then I heard his father's a small hat.
You talking about who? Which one? Talking about Mustafa?
Farrakhan. Oh, Farrakhan was like he heard his father's I don't want to say it on your channel.
Oh, his father wasn't. Yeah, his father was one. He was. Yeah.
See, you know what that means,
That's
right?
another thing. It means a whole lot.
Well,
To
in
me,
Elijah Muhammad too, he's kind of questionable origin.
I think Elijah would have cast the minister out for the stuff the minister be doing, bro. Like getting Dianetics all up in there and talking about you gonna cast some ministers out because they don't want to accept the L. Ron Hubbard. Racist is I don't know what. You know how many times Farrakhan had a double bite behind down there? They got European teaching from the rostrum, bro, in FOI uniform. Make it make sense, Jude.
Bro, what's going on with these brothers?
I ain't lying, bro. Full-fledged. I'm finna show it to you. You got to see this. Watch this before we get off of here. You got to see this. And that's what really made me go overboard. And I honor the minister, as far as what he done did in certain aspects. But, the brother kind of went out there on Malcolm, and that's what upset me with him. Did you teach Malcolm? Did you help Malcolm? Did you clean him up? If we dealt with Malcolm like a nation deal with trader, then what in the hell business is yours? You just stay out of it.
I got stabbed 14 times with Malcolm X's nephew in Cleveland. I got
Who's his nephew? I know his grandson died.
No, my
he got a nephew?
Yeah, Malcolm had on his on the mother's side. My best friend.
So he do got another male heir in the nephew form.
Well, from the mother's side though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we were in Kent State, and we wound up some KKK dudes, and I was like real wild, like I was kind of like Black Power, whatever. But I wasn't using this; I was using these, and me and almost got killed, but I didn't fall. I was just bleeding from the head, and but.
Hey, boy, y'all look at watch this. Yeah, I can't make this stuff up, Judah. And the minister couldn't do no wrong in my eyes at one time, brother. He couldn't do no wrong. And I'd never been a part of the Nation of Islam. But he could never do no wrong. And I went down there. Look at that.
Oh my goodness gracious, bro.
Oh, you ain't seen that yet. You see GM Jones? Watch this. He holding the picture up right there. Look at that. Now,
but who's GM Jones?
He's like one of the heads of Masonry. He founded a Masonic lodge in Chicago. Yeah, that ain't it. I'm trying to find the other. I got a couple of pictures with Farrakhan in that regard. But that's an Illuminati, bro. That's 96 right there.
But Elijah Muhammad spoke against Masonry. Why is he?
That's what I'm telling you in this book right here, the one I was just holding up to you, The Secrets of Freemasonry. He spoke against it. He told them give it back to the European. Yeah. And that's what I was asking. I'm like, how is the minister gonna be doing that when his teacher told him to give it back to the European? That's what I was wondering.
Bear in mind, for everyone listening, Freemasonry, as we know it today, started in the 1700s in England by small hats and Christians, like Jesuits and the hats. Like I'm saying on your channel, y'all know who I'm talking about, right? So that's it's Kabbalah is up the basis for that, and they were just making up degrees as they went along. Even the 32nd degree, the Shriner, some dude went to like what? Did he go to Egypt or Arabia? He went somewhere and he came back and just decorated the Shriner degree in the quote unquote quasi Islamic. But they're not really practicing Islam in there. They're over there self-worshiping and
yeah, well, they actually making a mockery of Islam. What it is that it's showing that I conquered Islam. You know how when people go out and hunt and they demonstrate taxidermy?
Yeah.
Like they basically stuff Angelo Solomon.
Yeah.
Who the Moorish Right look up to. They ain't do nothing but basically take your fez, or the fez of the Moors rather, and then put Egypt on there because they showing they conquered Egypt. That's why Lance Shabazz came home. See him over there? You know,
Wait, is that wait? Who is this?
that's Lan Shabazz. That used to have the Shabazz show that used to put all the information out there. He did that demonstration cleaning out my closet where he was showing, he said Farrakhan them was pimps. He went in. Talking about most of them brothers got European women's.
Yeah, Farrakhan's son got a Edomite wife.
Yeah. He, it's crazy. He was talking about most of them brothers out there, they way out there, man. He said them brothers outside the fold. So Lan Shabazz became a Moor. He the one that would keep all the archives of a lot of that old NOI footage.
Yo, this is correct. What's up with Farrakhan, man? This is.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that other measure in here where it got him in there. You ain't seen it till you seen the NOI standing in front of a cross on the Dianetics.
Come on, brother.
I'm telling you, Judah. I ain't making this stuff up, bro. I'm telling you. I'm trying to get to it right now to show you.
You're breaking my heart, brother.
I'm just telling you the truth, brother. And that's why our brother Elamine, he even tell you that them brothers done deviated. I was on one of the shows. Farrakhan said the United States government is his government. In his last speech, he called a flag his flag. That's why Elijah said that it was going to be a new God man that come behind him. That can't be Farrakhan. That's my chairman, the only one that came to build government. Now this is one meeting right here where the European is there, standing out front, in front of some ministers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of them Dianetic people. Watch this. Uh-oh.
I'm done, bro.
Huh? I'm just telling you, bro.
Yo.
I'm just telling you, bro. Real talk. You know they couldn't do that when Honorable Elijah Muhammad was alive. You know good and well what would happen if they would do something like that, brother. He would kick them clean up out of there. Oh, that ain't it right there. They ain't through yet. Look at that.
Wait. Is he holding the Quran? The white dude?
Yeah.
Unbelievable, bro. What is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. It done went crazy, bro. It's just like everything is fake out here now. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet? Look at that.
Man, you got to come to my channel, brother, and you got to show this stuff to my audience too, brother. You got to, bro. You have to, bro. You have to come over and show this. People are they're gonna fall out. They're gonna be like,
I've been showing all this stuff for years too, bro. Like I can't make this stuff up, man. Look at him. Look at that.
I'm gonna bug you until you come to my channel and show this, brother. I'm gonna bug you every day until you come show on my channel and show this.
Yeah, I'll come over there, man, and let you see a lot of this stuff here. Look at that.
This is look. I'm not a racist, whatever so called, but this is crazy, bro. Like these guys.
If I'd have just told you this, you'd say I was lying to you.
I knew he was messing with the Dianetics.
Yeah, but I'm talking about if I'd have told you he had them behind the rostrum like that, you wouldn't have believed me.
Wait, what are they doing? Wait a minute, are they doing the Greek? Come on, bro, are you serious?
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Come on,
you gotta
man.
come to my channel, bro. You have to come to my channel and show.
I'm telling you, bro. And that's why they've been able to prosper like they've been able to prosper, bro.
Yeah, they're on the Breakfast Club. They're like mainstream and accepted, which I find very weird. I'm like, wasn't they supposed to be like a quasi-terrorist?
If you notice you don't hear nobody in the conscious community going against them, trying to attack their doctrine.
Yeah, why not?
You notice that, right?
You're right, but why not?
Look at that. Cause they basically part of that. They in the mainstream now. They commercialized. Look at that.
Oh my goodness, what is going on?
You see the charter?
These dudes are
That's
agents.
Illuminati regalia, bro.
Yeah.
That's the sign of the Illuminati. 96 right.
Unbelievable, bro. Wait a minute. Wait. You know what's crazy is Jay Electronica is one of my favorite rappers. Do you think he's privy to this information?
Oh, of course. He a reader. That brother a reader. He know that brother ain't no fool. That brother know exactly what's going on.
But he's still, you know, he's still Farrakhan'd out though.
Yeah. I mean, you know, that's how it is, man, when it get cultic on you, man. It get cultic, man. They ain't turning loose. They gonna look at you like you crazy.
But you still don't know who Eric. I know you got to go, but before you go, you still don't know who Eric Muhammad is. He be on HOK
Yeah,
sometimes.
I know Eric Muhammad.
And,
yeah, wanna be Khalid Muhammad.
Yes. Now it's funny you're bringing out. It's funny you're bringing out Louis Farrakhan, the Mason, and because when I listen to Eric Muhammad sometimes he'd be like, you know, y'all brothers in the in the lodge, blah blah blah, and I'm like, he's talking like he's one of them, like he's in it too. Is this like a prerequisite now? Is this like a?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I ran into some here, and it shocked me. You know, a few years ago, about 15 years ago, and I was talking to the brother. Brother name was Rodney Muhammad here. He was a minister, and he was something else. Come to find out, my sister was working in the dollar store. My sister-in-law. This boy done grabbed my sister-in-law. He was selling paper around there. You know, and I guess he couldn't help himself, man. He grabbed my sister-in-law and kissed her in her mouth. He didn't know that was my sister-in-law. And
aren't they supposed to be disciplined? Like, what's
like what's wrong with this brother? But he the same one told me when he would pat me down, you know, because I used to go sit in their meetings. None of their kids, are they so-called kids anyway, children is the right word to use. None of their children knew any of the lessons. My children knew, you know, all that stuff, man. The history of the tribe of Shabazz. They could tell you about the Adam coming out of darkness. And they were like, how you get them to sit still? And they wasn't even part of the nation. I was just teaching them to be well around it. You see what I'm saying? But none of their seeds didn't know. But he patted me down to my, I said, bro, come on, bro. You gonna do all to my yeah, just cause you say you my brother don't mean I won't kill you. And I'm saying to myself, you know who you talking to right now? Trying to talk that type of talk right there. You know what I mean?
Yo,
you
what's going on with these brothers?
Yeah, but the brother, he yeah, I was trying to teach on the Moorish thing, and they didn't really want me to get in there and do that. So they just wanted me to come up. They would come get me sometime. Come to my crib and, you know, in their little van thing, pick me up. And I would go over there to the meeting and, you know, I found out some of them brothers were Shriners. You know what I mean? They let it be, they were bold with it. So it's crazy, man. They definitely been there. I can tell I got a sixth sense when I'm around, you know, Masons. Most Masons they know me when they see me. I can be in a crowded group of people, you know, and they know, they don't know I'm a Moor. They be thinking that I'm one of them. You know what I mean? I'm talking about if I ain't got to have the feds on or nothing, you know, and they'll come up to me, you know. Yeah, I see you over here, brother. I see you on your square. You know what I mean? And I was like, I hear you, brother. All right. You know what I mean?
Yo,
I can say ain't nothing wrong, you know, with them being who they is. It's just like Marcus Garvey was in Masonry, right? But he didn't let that rule him over his people. He didn't put that before his people. Problem is when you put that stuff before your people, you know, and you go to turn it against your people, like a lot of the polices do.
But back then it was just like Christianity.
Yeah, that's what it is today. You know, that's what Masonry is today.
But they got the higher ones now where they get.
Yeah, they got people that they ain't even privy to it. You're right. That some of them scared to go beyond the third degree.
They shouldn't.
You know what I mean? They say once they there, they really already Mason. They just want to be a master Mason, and they can get all the perks and the twerks, you know, and get in the shrine maybe if they want to. But yeah, a lot of
their interpretations are false. I know I have their degrees, and when they break stuff down, I'm like I'm like, wait a minute, these they literally have like the telephone. Supposedly in the ancient world, they have the telephone. like little stupid little mistakes, and you can see there's a guy who was an ex-Mason. He's like, yo, he's for every degree. He's like, look at this. These guys are mocking us. They call themselves princes of Jerusalem. They
Yeah.
do all they.
That's what they doing. That's what I'm saying. When they wear them shrine fairs and they got Jerusalem or Damascus, that's saying I conquered that. Now they'll let a Negro get up there and wear them fairs is like that, right? And mark round, but let them really try to go build a Jerusalem up and watch what them European do.
You already know.
Let them really build up Damascus or something like that right there and watch what happens. So that's all it is. It's just showing I conquered Egypt. I conquered Jerusalem. I conquered Damascus. That's basically what's going on.
Mocking us, but
yeah,
that's what it is, brother. I'm gonna let you go, brother. I know it's getting late, man. It was a great build.
Yeah.
I would definitely say you're the deepest Moor I met. Some of these brothers have no substance whatsoever, and they just be talking a lot. Like, I don't know if you heard of Canaan land Moors and all them.
They used to be part of the government, but they left years ago. They used to be part of the Moorish American government, but they left years ago. I won't even say they left, but they just went on doing their own thing. A lot of these Moors done got in that paperwork stuff trying to sell people, and that's where they're getting the misconception from. We don't deal with that garbage. Talking about, you ain't got no jurisdiction over me. Like my chairman say, what happened to your sovereignty when I put my gun in your mouth? You know what I mean? That's what the chairman say. My chairman, that's what he say. Running around.
Taj Tariq Bey.
Man, that's the chairman. The chairman, him and the chairman pretty much, they got an understanding, but the chairman will tell you quick about Taj, that even Taj, he got some learning he got to do too. Because he's still trying to fight Rome in their own system.
Okay, that's what you're
like, bro, how you going to do that? How you going to be sovereign under Roman law? Make it make sense, bro. And then when these people be getting locked up, Taj ain't nowhere to help them. Huh? Ain't nothing against the elder. Nothing against him. But, a lot of that stuff is a waste of time, and you ain't doing nothing but educating the European.
Yeah, didn't that one sister die trying to use that?
That's what I'm telling you, Sister Karen. Yeah, she did that. Because that was a lioness right there, man. That was a fearless sister, man. Her spirit was beautiful. Yeah. But what it is, she got messed up with somebody that mixed sovereignty with black power influence, which that don't even go together. You know what I mean?
So black means white, black. For all who don't know the etymology of black, also.
Yeah, it really means white.
Yeah,
But yeah, so I'm just saying, but like, they had her out there, and she really was ready to die. Yeah, behind that, and she died behind it. But it was like, man, all that strong young sister could have grown and been a real powerful force here. Yeah, but some people, you can't give them certain things because it'll turn them out. Some people go off the rockers when you give them. You got to be careful. You got to know who you teaching. You feel me?
Yeah, I've listened. I
try to drop Mighty Hebrew.
Oh,
yeah.
What you say?
Yeah, Mighty Hebrew.
Oh, Mighty Hebrew.
He just raising up. We finna get ready to lay down.
Yeah. You tell them about Mighty Hebrew.
Yes, that's my brother there. I love that brother. Good brother.
Yeah, he comes on. He gives us demonstrations and stuff too, because his community is probably the they actually do stuff. You know what I'm saying? They got places for us to go and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, that brother working. He working. He stay working.
Shout out to Mighty Hebrew. All right, brother. I'm gonna let you go, brother. Great build, man. It was definitely fun, learning, educational. You know what I'm saying? Surprising. There was some heartbreak. What they say, the good, bad, and the ugly. So.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it be like that sometimes. That's why I be telling you, man. You see what my arsenal look like over here.
Yeah, I see it. Bro, you gotta come to mine so you can see what we do. You gonna be like,
yeah, I'll come over there and check you out, man.
Lord Abbott was like, brother, you need to come join our thing. I was like, brother, I'm like the head of a group. Like, I got, I'm an Israelite, but I know we Moors though. It's
see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about, man. That's why we got to go ahead and get our brothers, our Moorish Israelite family to go ahead and and come together, man. Y'all come on up under your government, man, and establish a consulate. You feel me?
Yeah.
That'll be powerful to have a Moorish Israelite consulate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be powerful.
Brother Mighty Hebrew is he has the paper. He does paperwork. Man, we'll talk about this later. I know it's getting late. We'll try to get Mighty Hebrew on, and you definitely got to show these pictures though. You showed today. People gonna fall off.
Oh yeah. Brother Mighty Hebrew too already plugged in. He done already made the contact with the body a few moons ago, so he know what time it is.
Okay.
But Shalom, brother, it's a good bill, and we gonna get at it again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, peace, y'all. Everyone listening, shalom, y'all. Y'all be safe and stay blessed and all praises to the Most High, man. Catch you brothers later, sisters later.
Peace and love, brother.
Shalom.
Shalom. Yes, sir. Yeah, we closing out, family. We love you. We love you, Mighty Hebrew, all the Moors and Hebrews, everybody that came through, man. This was a grand drawing right here, family. You know, to be able to get in here and demonstrate, you know, as we did. So I'm gonna go ahead and lay it down and get up. I got some little business venues I got to go on and meet some people. So I appreciate you brothers that stayed up too, man, and stayed here with us and rolled out. And this was a grand bill and many more to come. So peace, love, and law at all costs. Islamism without the schism. Shalom. You know, Hotep, Shemotepu. You know, Ashe. Salam alaikum. Rahmatu Allah barakatuhu. If you hear me. You know, Rahubat. You know, all of y'all. We give honors to you, Moorish King. Peace and love.